Hello there and welcome to Sleepy Animal Fact. And thank you for being here. Go ahead and settle in. Let your body find a comfortable position. Let your shoulders soften and allow your breathing to slow just a little. There's nowhere you need to be right now. Nothing you need to do. If these gentle journeys bring you peace, consider leaving a kind word, sharing this moment with another, or joining our growing flock of quiet dreamers. Comment your favorite animal and I might include it in the next video. All you have to do is listen and let these gentle facts about beavers carry you peacefully towards sleep. Beavers are the second largest rodents in the entire world. The only rodent larger than them is the capybara, that wonderfully round, gentle creature from South America. But beavers are impressively sized animals in their own right. A fully grown adult beaver commonly weighs somewhere between about 18 and 30 kilograms. That's roughly 40 to 66 pounds. Imagine that for a moment. A rodent that could weigh as much as a medium-sized dog. When you picture a beaver in your mind, you might think of something small and scurrying. But in reality, they are solid, sturdy animals, built for a life of hard work in and around the water. Their bodies are dense and compact, well insulated against the cold, and shaped perfectly for the life they lead. There is something deeply comforting about how well designed they are, how perfectly suited to their world. Everything about them has a purpose. Beavers are strict herbivores. They eat only plants. Their diet consists mainly of tree bark, soft twigs, and a variety of aquatic plants such as water lilies and reeds. In the warmer months, they enjoy the lush greenery that grows along riverbanks and in the shallows of ponds, tender shoots, leaves, and roots. But as autumn arrives and the world begins to cool, beavers shift their diet toward the inner bark of trees, the soft, nutritious layer called the cambium, which lies just beneath the rough outer bark. They are especially fond of aspen, willow, birch, and poplar. There's something peaceful about imagining a beaver at the edge of a quiet pond, nibbling gently on a piece of bark in the fading evening light, perfectly content with such a simple meal. No rush, no worry, just eating and being. You're doing so well just by being here and listening. Let that feel like enough. Your only task right now is to rest, and you're already doing it beautifully. One of the most remarkable features of a beaver is its teeth. Beavers have large, chisel-shaped front teeth. They're incisors, and these teeth never stop growing. Throughout the beaver's entire life, those front teeth continue to grow, bit by bit, day by day. This is actually essential, because beavers use their teeth to gnaw through wood, and that constant chewing would wear down ordinary teeth very quickly. But because their incisors keep growing, they are always sharp, always ready. And here's a lovely detail. Have you ever noticed, or perhaps seen in a photograph, that a beaver's front teeth are orange? That warm, amber-orange color comes from iron that is naturally present in the tooth enamel. The iron makes the enamel extraordinarily hard and strong, even stronger than regular tooth enamel. It's one of nature's quiet little innovations. The beaver doesn't know the chemistry behind it, of course. It simply chews, and the engineering takes care of itself. There is something reassuring about that, how nature provides exactly what is needed, without fuss, without fanfare. Now let's talk about one of the beaver's most iconic features, its tail. That broad, flat, paddle-shaped tail is unlike almost anything else in the animal kingdom. And it serves not just one purpose, but several. When a beaver swims, the tail acts as a rudder, helping it steer gracefully through the water, gliding left, gliding right, adjusting course with effortless precision. When a beaver stands upright on land, perhaps to gnaw at a tree trunk, the tail acts as a sturdy support, like a third leg, helping the beaver balance. But the tail does even more than that. It serves as a place to store fat, energy reserves that the beaver can draw upon during the lean, cold months of winter when food is harder to find. And remarkably, the tail also plays a role in regulating the beaver's body temperature. Because the tail has very little fur and is rich with blood vessels, it can release excess heat when the beaver is warm, or conserve heat when the beaver needs to stay cozy. One tail, so many purposes. It's a small marvel of nature's design. You're doing wonderfully. Feel how your body is growing heavier now, how the bed or the chair is holding you. You don't have to hold yourself up. You can let go. Just a little more. You're safe here. Beavers are truly excellent swimmers. They are, in many ways, built for the water. Their hind feet are large and fully webbed, like natural flippers, which allows them to push through the water with smooth, powerful strokes. When swimming at a comfortable pace, a beaver can reach speeds of around 8 to 10 kilometers per hour. That's about 5 to 6 miles per hour. It may not sound fast in human terms, but in the water, it's quite impressive. A steady, purposeful glide through the current. And perhaps even more remarkable is how long they can stay underwater. A beaver can hold its breath and remain submerged for up to about 15 minutes. Imagine that 15 quiet minutes beneath the surface, moving through a cool, dim, peaceful underwater world. Special valves in their ears and nose close automatically when they dive, keeping the water out. Their eyes have a transparent membrane, a kind of natural goggle that protects their vision underwater. Everything about them is adapted for this quiet, submerged existence, gliding silently, effortlessly, beneath the still surface of a pond. There is something deeply calming about that image. The water closing gently overhead, the world becoming hushed and slow. Beavers are famous, of course, for building dams. They construct these dams across streams and rivers using branches, logs, mud, stones, and whatever natural materials they can find. The purpose of a dam is to slow the flow of water, to hold it back, and in doing so create a pond. This pond is not just any body of water. It is the beaver's sanctuary. The still, deep water of the pond surrounds and protects the beaver's lodge, that dome-shaped home where the family lives. The pond also ensures that the entrances to the lodge remain underwater, which keeps predators out. And the calm water provides safe, easy access to the beaver's food supply, the trees and plants along the newly formed shoreline. A beaver doesn't just live in nature, it reshapes nature to suit its needs. Slowly, deliberately, stick by stick and handful of mud by handful of mud. There's no hurry. The dam grows a little each day, and the pond deepens, and the world around the beaver becomes a little more peaceful, a little more still, just like you right now, settling deeper and deeper into rest. You are listening so gently, and that's a beautiful thing. Let your thoughts drift if they want to. You don't need to hold on to every word. Just let them wash over you like water over smooth stones. The dams and ponds that beavers create have an impact that reaches far, far beyond the beaver itself. Scientists and ecologists often refer to beavers as ecosystem engineers, because the wetlands they create benefit an astonishing number of other living things. When a beaver builds a dam and a pond forms, the slow-moving water begins to filter and purify itself. Sediment settles to the bottom. Nutrients are captured and recycled. The water that eventually flows downstream is often cleaner than the water that entered. The pond and the surrounding wetland become a haven for other creatures. Frogs find breeding grounds in the shallows. Fish shelter in the deeper pools. Birds nest in the standing dead trees that rise from the flooded areas. Insects thrive, and in turn feed countless other animals. Plants flourish along the water's edge. The entire landscape becomes richer, more diverse, more alive. All because one quiet, determined animal decided to build a dam. It's a profound reminder of how a single, steady effort can ripple outward, creating beauty and abundance in ways that are hard to fully measure. One small action, repeated with patience, changing the world. Beavers are social animals, and they live in family groups known as colonies. A typical colony is built around a monogamous pair, two adult beavers who mate for life, or at least for many years. Together, they raise their young, called kits, who are born in the spring, usually 2 to 4 in a litter. But what makes beaver families especially endearing is that the older offspring, the young beavers from the previous year or even the year before, often stay with the family. They don't leave right away. Instead, they remain in the colony and help. They help maintain the dam. They help gather food. And they help care for their younger siblings, grooming them, watching over them, and teaching them the ways of beaver life. It's a cooperative family, a team working together toward a shared sense of safety and home. There is something deeply touching about that. The idea of older siblings staying close, lending a hand, helping the family thrive. A quiet kind of devotion, a gentle kind of love. You're still here, and that's wonderful. However you feel right now is perfectly okay. If your eyes are heavy, let them close. If your mind is wandering, that's fine too. You are exactly where you need to be. When a beaver senses danger, perhaps a predator lurking nearby, or an unfamiliar sound at the water's edge, it has a very distinctive way of sounding the alarm. The beaver will lift its broad, flat tail, and then bring it down hard against the surface of the water. The result is a loud, sharp slap, a crack that echoes across the pond and through the surrounding trees. This tail slap serves as a warning signal to every other beaver in the colony. It says, "Be alert. Something is wrong. Take cover." Upon hearing it, other beavers will quickly dive beneath the surface and retreat to the safety of their lodge or the deeper water. It's a simple but effective communication. One loud sound that carries a clear message. And after the slap, after the initial splash and ripple, the pond grows quiet again. The surface settles, the ripples fade, and stillness returns, the way stillness always does. Eventually, just as it's returning to you now, as your body relaxes, and your breathing slows, and the world becomes soft and quiet. Beavers are also territorial animals, and they have a fascinating way of marking the boundaries of their home range. They create what are called scent mounds, small piles of mud, grass, and plant material that they heap up along the edges of their territory, often near the water. And then they add something special. They apply castoreum, a strong-smelling, yellowish secretion that is produced by special glands located near the base of the tail. Castoreum has a musky, rich scent that is unmistakable to other beavers. It says clearly and calmly, "This area is taken. A family lives here." These scent mounds are regularly maintained and refreshed, the beaver returning to them again and again to rebuild and rescent them. It's a quiet ritual, a way of tending to the borders of home. And there's something almost meditative about the idea. The beaver moving slowly along the water's edge in the dim evening light, pausing at each mound, adding a little mud, leaving its mark, and then moving on to the next. Calm, purposeful routine. Not so different, really, from the small rituals we all have. The ones that make us feel safe and settled and home. You've done something lovely by giving yourself this time to rest and listen. Your mind has taken in so much today, not just now, but throughout your whole day, and it deserves to be still. You deserve to be still. Let sleep come whenever it's ready. There's no rush at all. We learned that beavers are the second largest rodents in the world. Impressively sturdy animals that can weigh up to 30 kilograms or more. We discovered that they are gentle herbivores, content to feed on bark, twigs, and the soft greenery of aquatic plants. We marveled at their extraordinary teeth, ever-growing, iron-strengthened, and stained a warm orange, perfectly designed for a lifetime of woodwork. We explored the many uses of their remarkable flat tail, a rudder, a balance, a fat reserve, and a thermostat all in one. We followed them into the water, where their webbed feet carry them at impressive speeds, and where they can hold their breath for a full 15 minutes beneath the quiet surface. We watched them build their dams, patient, persistent constructions of wood and mud, creating ponds that become their sanctuary. And we learned that those ponds ripple outward into something much larger, entire ecosystems born from the work of one determined animal. We met their families, loyal colonies of parents, kits, and helpful older siblings, all working together. We heard the sharp crack of a tail slap on water, a warning, a signal, a moment of drama that fades back into stillness. And finally, we discovered how they mark their territory with scent mounds and castoreum, quiet boundary markers along the water's edge. Now, let yourself drift. The next set of facts will be here whenever you're ready. But for now, just breathe and rest, and let the quiet settle over you like still water on a calm, cool evening. Perhaps you never left. Perhaps you've been drifting softly this whole time, half listening, half dreaming, and that's perfectly fine. Wherever you are right now, still awake, almost asleep, or somewhere in that gentle space between, you're exactly where you should be. Let's continue our quiet journey into the world of beavers. These next 10 facts are all about the remarkable body of the beaver, the small, elegant details of how it's built, and how beautifully adapted it is to a life in and around the water. Settle in a little deeper. Let your breath come and go without any effort, and listen. We touched on this briefly before, but it's such a wonderful detail that it deserves its own moment. Beavers have a third eyelid. It's called a nictitating membrane, a thin, transparent layer that slides sideways across the eye, almost like a delicate curtain being drawn from one side to the other. When a beaver dives beneath the surface of its pond, this membrane closes over the eye, and suddenly the beaver has built-in goggles. The membrane is clear enough that the beaver can still see. Not perfectly, perhaps, but well enough to navigate through murky water, to find submerged branches, to locate the entrance to its lodge. And all the while, the eye itself is protected from debris, from silt, from the sting of cold water. Such a gentle, elegant solution. No equipment needed, no preparation, just a soft, translucent shield that appears when it's needed and disappears when it's not. Many animals have nictitating membranes, birds, reptiles, even some other mammals, but there's something especially fitting about the beaver having one. An animal so connected to the water, given a quiet gift that lets it see clearly in the world beneath the surface. Imagine looking through that membrane, the world going soft and slightly filtered, everything calm, everything muted, a peaceful underwater gaze. And the beaver's adaptations for diving don't stop with its eyes. When a beaver submerges, its ears and nostrils close as well. Special muscular flaps, small, precise, involuntary contractions, seal these openings shut the moment the beaver goes under. No water gets in. The beaver doesn't have to think about it or remember to do it. It simply dives, and its body takes care of the rest. The ears close, the nostrils close, the third eyelid slides into place. And just like that, the beaver is sealed and protected. A perfectly self-contained little diving vessel, moving through the cool, quiet water with nothing to worry about. When it surfaces again, the flaps open, the membrane retracts, and the beaver breathes in the fresh air above the pond as if nothing happened at all. There's a lovely rhythm to it. Dive and seal, surface and open, dive and seal, surface and open. Over and over throughout the beaver's day, or rather throughout its night, as we'll learn in a moment. A rhythm as natural and as effortless as breathing itself. As effortless as you're breathing right now. You're settling in so nicely. Feel how your body knows what to do, how it breathes for you, how it carries you toward rest without you having to try. You can trust it, just like the beaver trusts its body in the water. You can trust yours to carry you gently into sleep. Now let's talk about one of the beaver's most important features, its fur. A beaver's coat is extraordinarily dense. In fact, beaver fur is among the densest of any mammal on Earth. A single square centimeter of beaver skin can contain tens of thousands of individual hairs. That's an almost unimaginable softness. A thick, plush carpet of fur that covers nearly the entire body. But density alone isn't what makes beaver fur so remarkable. What truly sets it apart is its waterproofing. Beavers have special oil glands in their skin that produce a natural waxy oil. The beaver spreads this oil through its fur during grooming, carefully, methodically, and once applied, the oil coats each hair, making the entire coat water-resistant. When a beaver enters the water, even water that is bitterly cold, the oiled fur repels the moisture. And because the fur is so dense, it traps a thin layer of air right next to the beaver's skin. This layer of air acts as insulation. A warm little pocket of trapped warmth that stays with the beaver even as it swims through frigid streams in the depths of winter. The result is that the beaver's skin stays dry, even submerged in icy water. The skin beneath all that fur remains warm and dry. It's nature's wetsuit, a soft, warm, perfectly designed layer of protection. Imagine being wrapped in something so effective, so comforting, that no cold could reach you, that the world outside could be harsh and frigid, but you would be warm, safe, dry, held in a cocoon of softness. Let that image settle over you now, like a blanket being drawn up to your chin, warm and soft and perfectly still. To keep that incredible coat in peak condition, beavers go through a process called molting. They shed and replace their fur, not all at once, but gradually. Twice a year. The first molt usually happens in spring, as the heavy winter coat gives way to something lighter and better suited for the warmer months ahead. And then again in autumn, the beaver's fur thickens and renews itself, preparing for the cold that is coming. Each time, the worn and weathered hairs are slowly replaced by fresh ones. New growth that is clean, strong, and ready to be oiled and groomed back into that perfect, waterproof layer. It's a quiet transformation. You wouldn't notice it happening if you watched a beaver day to day. There's no dramatic shedding, no sudden change. Just a slow, steady renewal. The old making way for the new, gently, naturally, in its own time. There is something deeply peaceful about that idea. The way the beaver's body simply knows when it's time to renew, when it's time to let go of what is worn and welcome what is fresh. We all have cycles like that in our own way. Times of renewal, times of gentle change. And right now, this moment of rest is one of those times for you. You're doing something so kind for yourself right now simply by resting, simply by being still. That kindness matters more than you might realize. You deserve this peace, this quietness, this slow, soft unwinding. Let it hold you. Beavers are mostly nocturnal. This means that the bulk of their activity, their feeding, their dam building, their swimming, their grooming, takes place at night, under the cover of darkness, beneath the stars and the moon. During the day, beavers rest. They retreat to the dim, quiet interior of their lodge, that cozy, dome-shaped structure surrounded by water, and they sleep. They curl up with their family, safe and hidden from the outside world, and they let the daylight hours pass in stillness. When evening comes and the light begins to fade, that's when the beaver stirs. That's when it slips into the water and begins its night's work. There's something magical about imagining that. A beaver emerging from its lodge into the soft blue of twilight. The surface of the pond perfectly calm. The forest around it going quiet as the daytime creatures settle in and the nighttime world awakens. The beaver moves through this peaceful darkness with confidence, with familiarity. It knows every inch of its pond, every curve of its dam, every tree along the bank. The night is not something to fear. It is simply the beaver's time. And perhaps right now, this is your time too. Your time to be still. Your time to rest. The world outside can carry on. You are here in your own quiet lodge, and everything is exactly as it should be. Here is a detail so small and so specific that it feels almost like a secret. On each of a beaver's hind feet, the second toe has a special split nail, sometimes called a double nail or a grooming claw. It looks almost like a tiny comb, two edges where there would normally be one. And that is precisely what it's for. The beaver uses this little claw to groom its fur. It reaches back with its hind foot and carefully, methodically combs through its dense coat, separating the hairs, removing tangles, and most importantly, spreading those waterproofing oils evenly from root to tip. Without this grooming, the oils would be patchy. Some spots well-coated, others left vulnerable to the water. But the beaver's split nail ensures an even, thorough application. Every hair coated, every inch of fur maintained. Such a tiny feature, You would barely notice it if you held a beaver's foot in your hand. And yet, it makes the beaver's entire waterproofing system work. A small thing, making a very big difference. Isn't that lovely? How often the most important things are also the quietest, the smallest, the most easily overlooked. A little grooming claw on a little toe, keeping the whole beaver warm and dry. You are so welcome here, in this quiet space. There is nothing expected of you, no task to complete, no problem to solve. Just you and your breath and these soft, gentle facts drifting through the air like leaves on slow water. Let them carry you. Beavers are resourceful in ways that can seem almost ingenious. When the trees they want to eat or use for construction are far from the water's edge, the beaver doesn't simply give up or exhaust itself dragging heavy logs overland. Instead, it digs a canal. A beaver canal is a narrow, shallow waterway, sometimes just wide enough for the beaver itself, that extends from the pond or stream inland toward the stand of trees the beaver wants to reach. Some of these canals are remarkably long, stretching more than 30 meters, that's roughly 100 feet, winding through the forest floor like a quiet little river that wasn't there before. Once the canal is complete, the beaver can fell a tree, cut the branches into manageable pieces, and simply float them back along the canal to the pond. No dragging, no struggling, just a gentle float along a self-made waterway. The branches drift slowly along the surface, guided by the beaver, back to where they're needed. Such a clever, patient solution. And there's something deeply soothing about the image. A narrow ribbon of water stretching into the forest. A beaver gliding along it in the soft darkness, towing a branch behind it without a sound. A quiet highway, built by hand and paw, connecting the forest to the water. The world of the beaver is full of these small, practical miracles. Here is another one of those remarkable adaptations that seems almost too perfect to be real. Beavers spend a great deal of their time carrying sticks and branches in their mouths, and very often, they need to do this while swimming underwater. Now, for most animals, opening your mouth underwater would mean water rushing in, flooding the throat, reaching the lungs. But the beaver has a solution. It has a special flap, a valve, located at the back of its throat, behind its front teeth. When the beaver is carrying a branch underwater, this valve closes, creating a watertight seal between the mouth and the throat. The beaver's mouth can be wide open, clamped around a stick, fully submerged, and yet not a single drop of water passes into its airway. Can work and swim and carry all at the same time. Completely safe, completely unbothered. When it surfaces and releases the branch, the valve opens again, and the beaver breathes normally. It's a small anatomical marvel, a tiny flap of tissue that makes an entire way of life possible. The beaver doesn't think about it. It doesn't worry about it. His body simply takes care of it, quietly, reliably, the way so many things in nature simply work, without effort, without anxiety, just a calm, steady function carrying on beneath the surface. You're still here, and that is a gentle, wonderful thing. Whether you're listening closely or barely hearing these words at all, it doesn't matter. Your body is resting. Your mind is softening. And that is more than enough. You are more than enough, just as you are right now in this moment. Beavers hold a special place in ecology. Scientists call them a keystone species. A keystone in architecture is the single stone at the very top of an arch, the one that holds all the other stones in place. Remove the keystone and the arch falls. A keystone species works the same way. It's an organism that has a disproportionately large effect on its environment relative to its numbers. And beavers are one of the finest examples of this concept in the entire natural world. When beavers build their dams and create their ponds, they don't just change the water, they reshape the entire landscape. Meadows become wetlands. Dry ground becomes marsh. Open streams become still, reflective pools. And these new environments attract and support an extraordinary diversity of life. Amphibians breed in the shallows. Fish populations grow in the deeper water. Waterfowl nest along the edges. Insects multiply, and songbirds follow. Plants that could never have grown in the dry soil before now flourish in the moist, rich earth near the beaver's pond. The whole web of life in that area becomes richer, more complex, more resilient, and it all traces back to one animal, one family of beavers, building a dam out of sticks and mud. Keystone, a quiet foundation holding everything together. The beaver doesn't know any of this, of course. Simply living its life, doing what beavers do. And in doing so, it makes the world around it come alive. There is something profoundly beautiful about that. Let's close this set of facts with one more lovely detail about the beaver's body: the placement of its eyes, ears, and nostrils. If you look at a beaver's head, you'll notice that all three of these features are set high, positioned near the very top of the skull. The eyes sit high, the small, rounded ears sit high, and the nostrils sit high. This arrangement is no accident. It means that when a beaver swims, it can keep almost its entire body submerged beneath the water, hidden, protected, and streamlined, while just the very top of its head breaks the surface. With that small sliver of head above the waterline, the beaver can still see, still hear, and still breathe. It moves through the water like a quiet periscope, barely visible, barely disturbing the surface, yet fully aware of the world around it. Predators scanning the pond might see nothing more than a small, dark shape gliding silently across the water. But the beaver sees everything. It hears every rustle in the reeds. It breathes in the cool night air without breaking its stride. It's a design of beautiful efficiency, of quiet elegance, almost nothing exposed, and yet everything it needs is right there, right at the surface. Seeing, hearing, breathing, just enough and nothing more. There is a lesson in that, perhaps. in how little we truly need to feel safe and aware. Just the essentials, just the breath and the senses and the stillness of the water around us. You have been such a gentle, patient listener. Feel how far you've traveled without moving at all. How much you've learned while simply lying still. That is a kind of magic. Let yourself appreciate it quietly without any effort. You are resting so well. We discovered that beavers have transparent third eyelids, nictitating membranes, that act as natural goggles, letting them see underwater while keeping their eyes safe. We learned that their ears and nostrils seal shut with special muscular flaps when they dive, the body protecting itself without being asked. We marveled at the extraordinary density and waterproofing of their fur, oil-coated, air-trapping, keeping the beaver warm and dry even in the coldest water. And we found out that this fur is renewed twice a year through gentle, gradual molting, the old giving way to the new each spring and each autumn. We learned that beavers are creatures of the night, nocturnal animals that do their work in the darkness and rest in their lodges during the day. We discovered the tiny, secret grooming claw, the split nail on the second hind toe, that lets the beaver comb waterproofing oil evenly through its fur. We followed the beaver along its self-made canals, narrow waterways stretching deep into the forest, allowing branches to be floated rather than dragged. And we learned about the remarkable throat valve that lets a beaver carry sticks in its open mouth underwater, without swallowing a single drop. We returned to the beaver's role as a keystone species, an animal whose simple, steady work creates entire ecosystems that countless other creatures depend upon. And finally, we noticed the elegant placement of the beaver's eyes, ears, and nostrils, set high on the head, allowing it to swim nearly invisible while remaining fully aware of the world above the waterline. Now, let the facts settle. Let them sink gently to the bottom of your thoughts, like sediment drifting down through still water. You don't need to remember them. You don't need to hold on. Just let them be, and let yourself rest, deeper and softer and more peacefully than before. If you're still awake, that's perfectly fine. If you've been drifting in and out, floating somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, that's wonderful too. There is no wrong way to be here. You are simply resting, and these words are simply here to keep you company, like a gentle current carrying you downstream. You don't have to swim. You don't have to steer. Just float. Let's continue learning about beavers, softly, slowly, one fact at a time. In all the world, across every continent, every forest, every river system on Earth, there are only 2 living species of beaver. Just 2. The first is the North American beaver, known by its scientific name Castor canadensis. This is the beaver most of us picture when we hear the word, the one that lives across Canada and the United States, from the forests of Alaska to the wetlands of the southeastern states. The second is the Eurasian beaver, Castor fiber, which is found across parts of Europe and Asia. These two species look remarkably similar to each other. They are both large, sturdy rodents with flat tails, dense fur, and those signature orange teeth. They both build dams. They both live in lodges. They both reshape their environments in that quiet, industrious way that beavers do. And yet, they are two distinct species, separated by millions of years of evolution and by the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean. Two branches of the same ancient family tree, each one adapting to its own corner of the world, each one carrying on the same timeless way of life in its own quiet waters. There is something comforting about that, knowing that on the other side of the world, in rivers and streams you may never visit, there are beavers doing exactly what beavers have always done. Building, swimming, resting, the same gentle rhythms, playing out in different places, under different skies. Despite looking so much alike, these two species of beaver are actually quite different at a deeper level. Their genetics are distinct enough that they usually cannot interbreed successfully. The North American beaver has 40 chromosomes, while the Eurasian beaver has 48, a significant difference in the very blueprint of their being. Because of this, conservation scientists are careful to keep the two species separate. When Eurasian beavers are reintroduced to areas where they once lived, as has happened in parts of the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and other European countries, great care is taken to ensure that only castor fiber is released, and that North American beavers are not accidentally mixed in. The two species each have their own ecological role, their own history, their own place in the world. And preserving that distinction matters. It's a gentle kind of respect, honoring the uniqueness of each species, recognizing that even though they look almost the same on the outside, they are different in the ways that count. Each one is whole and complete in itself. Each one belongs exactly where it is. You are resting so beautifully right now. Your willingness to simply be here, to simply lie still and listen, is a gift you're giving yourself. And you deserve it. Let that thought settle over you like a warm, soft blanket. You deserve this rest. Let's go inside the beaver's lodge now. Picture it from the outside first. A large mound of sticks, branches, and mud, rising from the surface of the pond like a small, rough island. It doesn't look like much from the outside. It looks wild and tangled, almost accidental. But inside, it is a carefully designed home. The entrances to the lodge are underwater. This is one of its most important features. To get inside, a beaver must dive beneath the surface and swim through a submerged tunnel that leads upward into the interior of the lodge. This design is remarkably effective at keeping predators out. Wolves, bears, coyotes. None of them can easily access a home whose doorways are hidden beneath the water. The lodge is a fortress in its own quiet way. But here is the lovely part. While the entrances are underwater, the living chamber itself sits above the waterline. The main room, where the family sleeps and rests and grooms and huddles together on cold nights, is built on a raised platform of packed mud and wood. It stays dry, It stays relatively warm, insulated by the thick walls of sticks and mud that can be a meter thick or more. In the depths of winter, when the pond freezes over and snow blankets the world outside, the inside of the lodge remains a cozy refuge. The family is safe. The water below keeps predators away, and the thick walls keep the worst of the cold at bay. Imagine being inside that lodge right now, the world muffled and distant, the soft sound of water lapping gently below, your family close beside you, and nothing to do but rest. And inside that living chamber, the beavers add one more touch of comfort. They build a raised platform, a kind of nest, and they line it with soft materials. Wood chips, shredded bark, bits of vegetation dried and arranged into a rough but effective bedding. This nest platform serves a few important purposes. It keeps the beavers up off the floor of the chamber, which might otherwise be damp from the proximity of the water below. The wood chips and shredded material act almost like a sponge, absorbing any moisture that does seep in and keeping the surface where the beavers rest as dry as possible. It's not a luxurious bed by human standards, of course, but for a beaver, it is home. It is the place where kits are born, where the family gathers after a long night of swimming and building, where small, wet bodies climb up from the water and settle into the soft shavings and feel the warmth of the others around them. There's a simplicity to it that is deeply appealing. A nest of wood chips on a raised platform inside a dome of sticks surrounded by water. Everything the beaver needs, and nothing it doesn't. Comfort doesn't have to be complicated. Sometimes all it takes is a dry spot, a soft surface, and the knowledge that you are safe, just like where you are right now. You're doing so wonderfully. Feel how still the world has become around you. Feel how your thoughts are growing quieter, softer, like ripples on a pond that are slowly fading into glass. You don't have to do anything about it. Just notice and let it happen. In the spring, after the long quiet of winter, new life arrives in the beaver lodge. Beaver kits are born after a gestation period of about 105 days, roughly 3.5 months. A typical litter consists of 2 to 4 kits, though sometimes there may be just one, or occasionally as many as 5 or 6. The kits are born inside the lodge, on that soft nest platform we just talked about, surrounded by their family. And unlike many rodents, beaver kits are remarkably well developed at birth. They are born with their eyes open. They are born with fur, that dense, soft coat already in place. And within just a day or two, they can even swim. They are small, of course, tiny, really, weighing only about half a kilogram, roughly a pound. But they are alert and active almost immediately. Their mother nurses them for several weeks, and during that time, the kits grow quickly, exploring the lodge, venturing into the water for short swims, and beginning to nibble on soft vegetation brought to them by their parents and older siblings. It's a gentle, bustling beginning to life. A small lodge full of new energy and new sounds. the quiet squeaks and murmurs of tiny beavers discovering the world for the first time. Born in safety, born into a family, born into a home already built and waiting for them. And those older siblings we've mentioned before, they play a truly special role. When a new litter of kits is born, the yearlings from the previous year typically stay with the family. They don't leave the colony right away. Instead, they remain, and they help. They help feed and watch over the new kits. They help maintain the dam and the lodge. And in doing so, they learn. They learn the skills they will eventually need when they leave to start families of their own. How to fell a tree efficiently, how to pack mud into a dam, how to read the water and the landscape. It's an apprenticeship of sorts, a quiet education passed from one generation to the next, not through words or instruction, but through observation and shared work. The yearlings watch their parents. They imitate, they practice, and when they are ready, usually at about 2 years of age, they set off on their own, fully equipped with the knowledge and the experience they need to build a dam, find a mate, and start a colony of their own. There is something deeply moving about this cycle. The way each generation prepares the next, the way knowledge flows quietly through a family like water through a stream. No lectures, no textbooks, just being together and doing the work side by side. You are held right now in this moment just as surely as a kit is held in its lodge. The world is taking care of itself out there. It doesn't need you right now. All that matters is this breath and the next one, and the warmth and safety you feel right here, right now. Let yourself sink into that feeling. It is yours. Now let's step back in time for a moment. The beaver has played a surprisingly large role in human history, particularly in North America. For centuries, beaver pelts were among the most sought-after goods in the world. The dense, waterproof fur of the beaver was prized for making felt hats, especially the broad-brimmed felt hats that were fashionable in Europe from roughly the 16th through the 19th centuries. The demand for these pelts was so enormous that it became one of the primary driving forces behind European exploration and colonization of North America. Fur traders pushed deeper and deeper into the continent, following rivers, mapping wilderness, establishing trading posts, all in pursuit of beaver fur. Entire economies were built around the trade. Fortunes were made and lost. Alliances were forged between European traders and indigenous peoples, who had long known and respected the beaver and its ways. The beaver, quietly going about its life in forest streams and ponds, had no idea that its coat had set the human world in motion, that its fur was shaping the borders of nations and the routes of explorers. There is a strange irony in that, how an animal so peaceful, so industrious, so unassuming, could be at the center of such a vast human enterprise. The beaver simply lived, and the world changed around it. Eventually, the demand for beaver pelts declined as fashion changed and silk hats replaced felt ones. But the legacy of the fur trade remains, woven into the history of nations. And the beaver carries on, building its dams, raising its kits, just as it always has. The beaver's connection to human history extends even further back than the fur trade. Long before European explorers crossed the Atlantic, people in the ancient world knew about beavers, specifically about a substance called castoreum. We mentioned castoreum earlier, that strong-smelling secretion produced by glands near the base of the beaver's tail. The ancient Egyptians knew of it. The Romans did too. In those early civilizations, castoreum was valued as a medicine. It was believed to treat a wide range of ailments, headaches, fevers, inflammation. Whether or not it was truly effective is debatable by modern standards, but the substance does contain salicylic acid, a compound related to aspirin, likely absorbed from the willow bark that beavers eat. So there was perhaps a grain of truth in the ancient remedies. Centuries later, castoreum found another use in the world of perfumery. Perfumers discovered that castoreum, with its deep, warm, musky scent, worked beautifully as a fixative, a base note that helped other fragrances last longer on the skin. It became a prized ingredient in fine perfumes, lending depth and richness to their compositions. Today, synthetic alternatives have largely replaced natural castoreum, and beavers are left in peace. But the history remains, a quiet thread connecting a small, industrious rodent to the perfumeries of Paris, the apothecaries of Rome, and the medicine chests of ancient Egypt. The beaver, once again at the center of something much larger than itself, and entirely unaware of it. How gently you are resting, how quietly your mind is settling. You don't have to follow every word. You don't have to hold on to every detail. Let the stories wash through you like water through reeds, taking what they take, leaving what they leave. You are doing everything right simply by being here. For all their remarkable adaptations, beavers do have one sense that is surprisingly limited: their eyesight. Beavers are not known for sharp vision. Their eyes are small, and their visual acuity is relatively poor compared to many other mammals. They can see well enough to navigate, to recognize familiar shapes, to detect movement. But they don't rely on their eyes the way a hawk or a deer might. Instead, beavers lean heavily on their other senses, particularly their hearing and their sense of smell. A beaver's hearing is excellent. Those small, rounded ears, set high on the head as we learned earlier, are finely tuned to pick up sounds in the environment. The crack of a twig on the bank, the splash of something entering the water upstream, the call of another beaver in the distance, and their sense of smell is even more impressive. Beavers use scent to identify family members, to detect the scent mounds of neighboring colonies, to evaluate the freshness of food. Their world is mapped not in images, but in sounds and smells. It's a different way of experiencing the world, one that is in some ways richer than we might imagine. Close your eyes for a moment, perhaps they're already closed, and think about what you can hear right now. The quiet sounds of the room around you. Maybe the hum of something distant. Maybe your own breathing. This is a little closer to the beaver's world, a world navigated by listening, by sensing, by feeling, not by seeing, a quieter, more intimate world. And there is one more sense that helps the beaver navigate its dark, watery world: touch. Specifically, the touch of its whiskers. Beavers have long, sensitive whiskers called vibrissae on their muzzles, and these whiskers are extraordinarily attuned to vibrations. When a beaver swims through murky water or works in the darkness of its submerged tunnels, its whiskers become its primary way of understanding the space around it. Each whisker is connected to a dense cluster of nerve endings at its base, making it capable of detecting the faintest disturbances in the water. A slight current caused by the movement of a fish, the ripple from something entering the pond upstream, the brush of a submerged branch near the entrance to the lodge. The beaver feels all of this through its whiskers, reading the water the way you might read a page with your fingertips. It's an exquisitely sensitive system, a way of perceiving the world through the gentlest possible touch. In the dark, in the cold, in the murky depths beneath the surface of the pond, the beaver's whiskers tell it everything it needs to know. You are safe. You are close to home. The water is still. All is well. Imagine having that kind of quiet reassurance. A constant, gentle signal telling you that everything around you is calm. That is what the beaver feels, whisker by whisker, ripple by ripple. And perhaps that is something close to what you can feel right now. The stillness of the air around you, the softness of whatever you're resting on, the quiet, steady rhythm of your own heart. All is well, all is calm, all is exactly as it should be. You've traveled so far tonight without moving at all. Through history, through science, through the quiet interior of a beaver's lodge. And all the while, your body has been sinking deeper into rest. That is something to feel good about. You are taking care of yourself in the gentlest possible way. And there is nothing more important than that right now. We discovered that there are only 2 species of beaver in the entire world: the North American beaver and the Eurasian beaver, 2 branches of an ancient family, each thriving in its own corner of the globe. We learned that despite their outward similarity, these 2 species are genetically distinct, different enough in their very chromosomes that they cannot interbreed, and that conservationists work carefully to keep them separate and protected. We stepped inside the beaver's lodge and admired its clever design. Underwater entrances that keep predators at bay, and a dry, raised living chamber above the waterline where the family rests in safety. We saw the soft nest platform inside, lined with wood chips and shredded vegetation. A simple, effective bed that keeps the beavers dry and comfortable. We welcomed the arrival of spring kits, those alert, fur-covered, bright-eyed little beavers born after about 105 days of gestation, ready to swim within days of their birth. And we watched the yearlings, those older siblings who stay behind to help raise the next generation and learn the skills they'll need to build their own lives. We traveled through human history, From the vast fur trade that drove European exploration of North America to the ancient uses of castoreum in Egyptian and Roman medicine, and later in the perfumeries of Europe, we learned that beavers have poor eyesight but make up for it with excellent hearing and an even more remarkable sense of smell. And finally, we felt the beaver's whiskers, those exquisitely sensitive instruments that read the water like a language of vibration and touch. Now, let everything go soft. Let the facts dissolve like mist over a morning pond. You don't need to hold them. They are part of you now in the gentlest possible way. Just breathe and rest, and let the quiet carry you wherever it wants to go. You've been resting for a while now, and that is such a good thing. Whether you've been following every word or simply letting the sound of this voice drift around you like a quiet breeze, you're doing exactly what you need to be doing. There is no test at the end of this. There is no quiz. There is only this moment, this breath, and the next small, fascinating fact about beavers waiting for you like a leaf floating slowly downstream. In this next set of facts, we're going to look more closely at how beavers work, how they fell trees, how they divide tasks among their families, how their bodies are fine-tuned for the extraordinary lives they lead. Let yourself settle in. Let your body feel heavy and supported. And let's begin. Here is something that might surprise you. Beavers, those stocky, round, water-loving creatures, occasionally climb trees. It's true. When the tender, fresh growth they want to eat, the soft tips of branches, the newest leaves, the most nutritious bark, is higher up than they can reach from the ground, a beaver will sometimes climb. Not gracefully, mind you, not the way a squirrel darts up a trunk with acrobatic ease. A beaver climbs the way you might imagine a beaver would climb, carefully, deliberately, with a certain stubborn determination. They use their sharp claws to grip the bark, and their flexible front paws wrap around the trunk or branch with more dexterity than you might expect from an animal of their size and shape. They are not built for climbing. Their bodies are heavy. Their center of gravity is low. And yet, when there is something worth reaching for, they find a way. They pull themselves upward, sometimes just a meter or two, sometimes a little more, to reach that fresh browse that makes the effort worthwhile. There is something endearing about that image. A beaver, built for water and mud and the horizontal world of streams and ponds, hauling itself up into the vertical world of trees. Not because it's easy, but because the reward is there, just a little higher up. And the beaver is nothing if not persistent. Always persistent. Always willing to do what needs to be done, in its own quiet, unhurried way. And when a beaver decides that climbing isn't the answer, when what it really needs is the entire tree, it does something far more impressive. Fells it. A beaver can gnaw through a tree with a diameter of about 15 centimeters. That's roughly 6 inches, in under 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Think about that for a moment. A living tree standing upright, rooted in the earth, and in the time it might take you to make a cup of tea, a beaver has brought it down. The technique is elegant in its simplicity. The beaver gnaws a V-shaped notch into the trunk, working from both sides, its powerful jaws driving those iron-hardened incisors into the wood with rhythmic, steady bites. Chip by chip, the notch deepens. The beaver doesn't need to chew all the way through. It understands instinctively, intuitively, the principle of leverage. Once the notch is deep enough, the weight of the tree itself does the rest. The trunk begins to creak, the fibers strain, and then, with a slow, groaning lean, the tree tips and falls, crashing through the canopy and landing on the forest floor or splashing into the water below. The beaver pauses, perhaps for a moment, and then it gets to work on the branches. There is no celebration, no fanfare, just the quiet satisfaction of a job done well, and the next task waiting. The sound of a tree falling in a beaver's forest is not a sound of destruction. It is a sound of purpose, of building, of home. You are so wonderfully still right now. Feel how your body has softened since we began. How the small tensions you may have carried into this moment have loosened their grip, one by one. You don't have to do anything about it. Just notice it. Just appreciate the quiet miracle of your own body. Letting go, all on its own. Within a beaver colony, the work is shared, but not equally. Different members of the family take on different roles, suited to their size, their experience, and their stage of life. The adults, the breeding pair at the heart of the colony, handle the heavy work. They are the ones who fell the large trees, who make the major structural repairs to the dam, who decide where to build and how to expand. They have years of experience, strong bodies, and an intimate knowledge of their territory. The yearlings, those young beavers from the previous year's litter who have stayed with the family, take on the role of gatherers and helpers. They collect smaller sticks and branches. They carry mud. They pack and reinforce the structures that the adults have built. They are learning, always learning, building the skills they will need when they eventually leave to start colonies of their own. And then there are the kits, the youngest members of the family. The kits are too small for real construction work, but they participate in their own beautiful way. They play. They build tiny miniature dams, little practice structures made of twigs and pebbles and small handfuls of mud. These mini dams serve no engineering purpose. They don't hold back water or create ponds, but they are profoundly important nonetheless. Because through play, the kits are learning. They are developing the instincts and the motor skills and the understanding of materials that will serve them for the rest of their lives. It's such a gentle image. A small kit, barely a few months old, carefully placing a tiny stick across a trickle of water, stepping back to observe its work, and then adding another, playing at building, practicing for a future it doesn't yet understand. The whole family working together, each member contributing what it can, each one essential to the whole. At the center of every beaver colony is a pair bond. Beavers are monogamous. A mated pair stays together year after year, season after season, raising litter after litter of kits in the same lodge, maintaining the same dam, tending the same stretch of water. They are partners in the truest sense, sharing the work, sharing the lodge, sharing the long winters beneath the ice. This bond is deep and enduring, but life in the wild is not without its hardships, and sometimes one member of the pair is lost. Predator, an accident, the slow decline of age. When this happens, the surviving beaver does something both practical and poignant. It seeks a new mate. Fairly quickly, in fact. Not out of fickleness, but out of necessity. A colony needs two adults to function well. The dam needs maintaining. The kits need raising. The territory needs defending. A single beaver, no matter how capable, cannot do it all alone for long. And so the survivor searches, sending out sense signals, venturing to the edges of its territory, until it finds another beaver, often a young adult dispersing from a nearby colony, looking for a home of its own. And a new partnership begins. The colony continues. The dam holds. The kits are cared for. There is something both tender and resilient about this. The way beavers honor the bond they have, but also honor the life that must go on. The way they carry forward, not by forgetting what was lost, but by building something new in its place. You're listening with such quiet grace. Even if your mind has wandered to memories, to thoughts, to half-formed dreams, that's perfectly all right. Wandering is what minds do. And right now, wherever your mind has gone, your body is here, resting, releasing, growing heavier and more peaceful with every passing minute. Trust that process. It knows what it's doing. Now let's look inside the beaver's body once more, at something truly remarkable happening in its digestive system. Beavers eat wood. Well, they eat bark, the cambium layer, and twigs and fibrous plant material. And if you've ever held a piece of bark in your hand, you know that it is tough, woody, fibrous. Not the kind of food that seems easy to digest. And for most animals, it wouldn't be. But the beaver has a secret weapon, a large, specialized structure in its gut called the cecum. The cecum is a pouch-like extension of the intestine, and in the beaver, it is unusually large and unusually important. Inside the cecum lives a thriving community of bacteria, billions upon billions of microscopic organisms that do something the beaver's own body cannot do on its own. They ferment cellulose. Cellulose is the tough, structural fiber that makes up the walls of plant cells, the substance that gives wood its strength, that makes bark rigid, that holds a tree upright. Most animals cannot break cellulose down. Their digestive systems simply aren't equipped for it. But the bacteria living in the beaver's cecum can. They break those tough fibers apart, releasing nutrients and energy that the beaver's body can then absorb and use. It's a partnership, a quiet, ancient collaboration between the beaver and its microbes. The beaver provides the bacteria with a warm, dark, food-rich environment. And the bacteria, in return, unlock the nutrition hidden inside the toughest of plant materials. Neither one could thrive without the other. A small, invisible alliance, making life possible one fiber at a time. And to keep that internal partnership running smoothly, beavers do something that might seem unusual to us, but is perfectly logical in the context of their biology. They practice coprophagy, which means they eat certain types of their own fecal matter. Now, before that thought unsettles you, let's understand what's actually happening. The beaver produces two types of droppings. One type is the hard, woody pellets that are simply waste, the indigestible remnants of what it has eaten. But the other type is softer, a moist, nutrient-rich pellet that comes directly from the cecum. These soft pellets are packed with beneficial bacteria, vitamins, and partially digested nutrients that the beaver's body didn't fully absorb the first time through. By consuming these pellets, the beaver gives its digestive system a second chance to extract those valuable nutrients. It also helps maintain the population of essential bacteria in its gut, replenishing and reinforcing that vital community of microbes that makes its entire diet possible. Many animals do this. Rabbits are perhaps the most well-known example. It is not a sign of anything wrong. It is, in fact, a sign of something beautifully right, an elegant, efficient system of recycling that ensures nothing useful is wasted. The beaver's body extracts every last bit of nourishment from its food, gently, thoroughly, completely. There is a quiet wisdom in that kind of efficiency, in using everything you have, in wasting nothing, in finding value in what might otherwise be overlooked. You are so peaceful right now. Can you feel it? That soft, heavy warmth in your limbs, the way your jaw has relaxed, the way your hands have uncurled. These are signs that your body trusts this moment. It trusts the quiet. It trusts the safety of where you are. And it is right to trust. You are safe. You are held. And you are doing beautifully. Let's return now to the beaver's remarkable tail, that flat, leathery paddle that we've talked about before. We already know it serves as a rudder for swimming, a balance for standing, a fat reserve for winter, and an alarm system when slapped against the water. But here is yet another function, one that speaks to the quiet ingenuity of the beaver's design. The tail is laced with a dense network of blood vessels, and these blood vessels act as a heat exchanger. When a beaver is working hard, felling trees, hauling branches, packing mud into a dam, its body generates a significant amount of heat. All that physical labor, powered by all those calories from bark and twigs, produces warmth that needs to go somewhere. If it stayed trapped inside the beaver's densely furred body, the animal could overheat. But the tail, with its thin skin and minimal fur, provides an elegant solution. Blood flows into the tail, where the heat it carries is released into the surrounding air or, more often, into the cool water of the pond. The blood then returns to the body, cooled and refreshed, and the beaver's core temperature stays comfortable. It's a radiator, a natural cooling system. When the beaver is resting and wants to conserve warmth, blood flow to the tail is reduced, and the heat stays where it's needed inside the body. When the beaver is active and needs to shed heat, blood flow increases, and the tail does its quiet, essential work. Hot blood flows out, cool blood flows back. The beaver works on unbothered, its temperature perfectly regulated. A system so elegant, so automatic, that the beaver never has to think about it. Simply works, the way your own body is working right now, regulating, adjusting, keeping you comfortable, without asking anything of you at all. When winter arrives and the beaver's pond freezes over, something remarkable happens inside the beaver's body. Its metabolism slows down. Not dramatically, not suddenly. There is no switch that flips, no alarm that sounds. It is a gradual, gentle shift. The body systems easing back, conserving energy, preparing for the lean months ahead. A beaver's metabolic rate can decrease by as much as 75% during the winter. That's a profound reduction, 3/4 of its normal energy expenditure, simply set aside. And yet, the beaver does not enter true hibernation or torpor. It remains conscious. It remains active in a limited way. It still moves around inside its lodge. It still eats, diving down through the underwater entrance to retrieve branches from a food cache stored on the bottom of the pond before the freeze. It still grooms. It still interacts with its family. But everything happens at a slower pace, quieter pace. The beaver's body has found a way to match its energy output to the reduced energy input of winter, to live within its means, gently and sustainably, until the ice melts and the world opens up again. There is something deeply calming about this idea, the way the beaver simply slows down. It doesn't fight the winter. It doesn't resist the cold or rail against the darkness. It adapts. It adjusts. It accepts the season for what it is, and it conserves its strength for the warmth that will eventually return. Perhaps there is something in that for us, too. The permission to slow down. The understanding that rest is not idleness. It is wisdom. It is the body's way of preparing for what comes next. You are slowing down so beautifully right now. Your breathing has found its own gentle rhythm, steady and unhurried, like water flowing over smooth, flat stones. You don't have to guide it. You don't have to count it. Just let it flow. In and out, in and out. Each breath taking you a little deeper into rest, a little closer to sleep. You are exactly where you're meant to be. Let's look at the beaver's front paws now. Those small, dark, surprisingly nimble hands that do so much of the beaver's detailed work. While the hind feet are large and webbed, built for swimming, the front paws are something else entirely. They are compact, they are flexible, and they are remarkably dexterous. A beaver's front paws have long, agile fingers tipped with strong claws, and they can grip and manipulate objects with a precision that seems almost human. When a beaver is constructing its dam or its lodge, it doesn't simply toss sticks into a pile and hope for the best. Places them carefully, deliberately, picks up a stick with its front paws, turns it, positions it at just the right angle, and presses it into place. It scoops up handfuls of mud from the bottom of the pond and packs them into gaps between the branches, smoothing and pressing with its palms. The front paws have a degree of opposability, not a true thumb like a primate's, but something close. Something that allows the beaver to hold a small twig between its fingers and rotate it, to grip a clump of mud and carry it without dropping it, to perform the kind of fine, detailed work that turns a rough pile of sticks into a watertight dam or a cozy, well-constructed lodge. Watch a beaver working with its front paws sometime, even in your imagination, and you'll see an animal that is not just strong but skilled, not just determined but precise. Each small stick handled with care, each handful of mud applied with intention. A craftsman at work, quiet, focused, and endlessly patient. And finally, let's revisit a small detail we touched on earlier. One so charming, so perfectly designed, that it deserves to be appreciated once more. On the beaver's hind feet, the second toe bears a very special claw. This claw is split, doubly divided, creating a structure that looks almost like a tiny two-pronged comb. And that is exactly what it is. A grooming tool. A comb built right into the beaver's own body. We know how important the beaver's fur is. That dense, magnificent coat that keeps it warm and dry in even the coldest water. And we know that the waterproofing depends on oils being spread evenly through the fur, coating every hair from root to tip. This split claw is how the beaver achieves that even coverage. After applying oil from its glands, the beaver reaches back with its hind foot and draws this little comb through its fur. Slowly, methodically, section by section. The split in the claw separates the hairs gently, allowing the oil to penetrate deeply and distribute evenly. No clumps, no missed patches, just a thorough, careful grooming that leaves the entire coat uniformly protected. It's such a tiny thing. A small modification to a single claw on a single toe. And yet, without it, the beaver's entire waterproofing system would be compromised. The smallest details are so often the most important ones. A little claw, a quiet grooming session at the water's edge. And the beaver is ready to face the coldest water the world can offer. Warm, dry, and perfectly prepared. There is a deep comfort in being well prepared, in knowing that you have taken care of yourself, in knowing that whatever comes, you are ready. And right now, you have taken care of yourself simply by being here, simply by resting, simply by allowing this time to be what it is, a gift of stillness, given from you to you. You have been so patient, so gentle with yourself tonight. That patience is a kind of love, a quiet, uncomplicated love that asks nothing in return. You are giving it to yourself right now, and it is enough, more than enough. It is everything. We discovered that beavers will sometimes climb trees, carefully, stubbornly, in their own unhurried way, to reach the freshest browse. We learned that they can fell a 6-inch tree in under 5 minutes, gnawing a V-shaped notch and letting gravity and leverage do the rest. We saw how the colony divides its labor. Adults felling trees, yearlings gathering and hauling, and tiny kits play building miniature dams as they learn the skills of their kind. We learned that beavers mate for life, but that when a partner is lost, the survivor finds a new mate quickly, ensuring the colony endures. We explored the beaver's remarkable digestive system, the large cecum full of cellulose-fermenting bacteria that unlocks nutrition from the toughest plant fibers. And we discovered the practical, efficient process of coprophagy. The beaver recycling its own soft fecal pellets to recover every last nutrient and maintain its essential gut flora. We return to the tail and its role as a heat exchanger, blood vessels releasing excess warmth into cool water during hard work, and conserving heat during rest. We marveled at how beavers slow their metabolism by up to 75% in winter without entering true hibernation, simply easing back, conserving, waiting patiently for spring. We admired the nimble, almost hand-like front paws that let beavers manipulate sticks and mud with surprising precision. And we revisited the lovely split grooming claw on the second hind toe, that tiny, built-in comb that keeps the beaver's waterproof coat in perfect condition. Now let these facts settle. Let them drift down like wood chips falling softly to the floor of a beaver's lodge. You don't need to hold them. They are simply part of the evening now. Part of this quiet time you've given yourself. Breathe in and breathe out, and let the stillness deepen around you like a pond slowly filling behind a dam, calm and patient and endlessly peaceful. Perhaps you're deeply relaxed by now, your body heavy, your thoughts soft and slow. Perhaps sleep is very close, just at the edges of your awareness, waiting patiently the way water waits behind a dam. There's no need to chase it, no need to reach for it. It will come when it's ready. And in the meantime, here are more gentle facts about beavers to keep you company in the stillness. This set of facts begins with a closer look at some of the beaver's finer physical details, the small, exquisite adaptations of its ears, its nose, its throat. And then we'll move outward, far outward, to explore the enormous impact that beaver dams have on the world around them. From the tiniest fold of skin to entire landscapes transformed. Let's begin. Let's think about the beaver's ears for a moment. If you picture a beaver in your mind, swimming across the surface of a calm pond at dusk, just the top of its head visible above the waterline, you might not even notice its ears. And that's partly the point. A beaver's external ears are small, compact little rounded flaps set on either side of the head. And when the beaver enters the water, those ears fold flat against the skull. They press down, smooth and tight, becoming almost invisible, reducing their profile to nearly nothing. This does two things. First, it helps seal the ear canal, working together with those muscular flaps we talked about earlier to keep water from entering. But second, and this is a subtle, beautiful detail, it reduces drag. Water resistance. When you're an animal that spends hours each night swimming, diving, hauling branches through the current, every small reduction in resistance matters. a protruding ear catching the water, creating turbulence, would slow the beaver down even if only slightly. But an ear folded flat, tucked neatly against the contour of the head, lets the beaver glide, smoothly, effortlessly, like a stone polished by a river, shaped by time into something perfectly streamlined. Such a small thing, an ear that folds, and yet it speaks to the extraordinary precision with which the beaver's body has been shaped by millions of years of evolution. Every edge smoothed, every surface considered, nothing wasted, nothing unnecessary, just a quiet, perfect fit between the animal and its world. But those small, unassuming ears are far more capable than they might appear. While the external ears are modest in size, the internal structures of the beaver's ear are finely tuned instruments, especially sensitive to low-frequency sounds. Low-frequency sounds are the deep, bass register vibrations that travel far and penetrate through obstacles, through water, through the thick walls of a lodge, through the dense tangle of a forest at night. And many of the sounds that matter most to a beaver fall in this range. The low growl of a predator moving along the bank, the deep, resonant crack of ice shifting on the pond in winter, the distant rumble of something large moving through the underbrush. The beaver's inner ear amplifies these low-frequency signals, picking them up, enhancing them, delivering them to the beaver's brain with clarity and precision. It's as though the beaver is listening to the world through a filter that highlights exactly the sounds it needs to hear most. The sounds of danger, of change, of something approaching. The high-pitched chatter of songbirds, the shrill call of insects. These are less important to the beaver, but that deep, low vibration that might mean a wolf is near, or a tree is about to fall, or the current has shifted, that the beaver hears with remarkable acuity. Listening for the deep sounds, the important sounds, the ones that resonate beneath the surface of the ordinary. There's something meditative about that idea, tuning out the noise and listening only for what truly matters. Perhaps right now, as you lie here in the quiet, you can do something similar. Let the unimportant sounds fade. Let the chatter of the day grow distant, and listen gently for the deeper sound beneath it all, which is nothing more than silence. Beautiful, restful, welcoming silence. You are settling so deeply into this moment. Feel how the world has grown smaller and softer around you, how everything beyond this quiet space has receded, gently, like the tide pulling back from the shore. You don't need any of it right now. All you need is right here. Your breath, your body, this stillness, and you have all of it. You have everything you need. We've visited this fact before gently in an earlier segment, but it's worth lingering on the way you might linger by a window watching rain fall for the second time and noticing something new. When a beaver dives, its nostrils seal shut, special muscular flaps close over the nasal openings, creating a watertight barrier that prevents even a single drop of water from entering. And the beaver can remain submerged with those flaps closed for up to 15 minutes. 15 minutes beneath the surface. Think about how long that is. Think about how still and how quiet the world must become when you sink below the waterline and stay there for 15 slow, unhurried minutes. The sounds of the surface world, the wind in the trees, the calls of birds, the rustle of leaves, all of it fades, replaced by the muffled, gentle sounds of the underwater world, the soft push of a current, the faint click of pebbles shifting on the bottom, the beaver's own heartbeat slowing in the cool water. Those sealed nostrils are such a small detail physically, just two tiny flaps of muscle and skin, but they unlock an entire realm. They give the beaver access to a world of silence and slowness that exists just inches below the surface of every pond, every stream, every quiet stretch of river. A world where time moves differently, where everything is hushed, where the beaver can work and swim and simply be, wrapped in cool water and perfect quiet. Let that image carry you now. Imagine sinking beneath the surface of something calm and cool. Not water necessarily, but rest. Sinking gently into rest. The noise above growing fainter. The stillness below growing deeper. 15 minutes of quiet, or as long as you need. And while those nostrils are sealed, while the beaver is gliding through its underwater world, it is often carrying something in its mouth. A branch, a stick, a piece of bark destined for the dam or the food cache. Its jaws are open, gripping the wood firmly between those powerful, orange-tinted incisors. And yet, no water enters its throat. No water reaches its lungs. Because of that remarkable valve, that special flap of tissue at the back of the mouth, positioned behind the front teeth, the airway is sealed off from the oral cavity. The beaver's mouth can be completely submerged and wide open, holding a stick, and the throat behind it remains dry and protected. It is, in essence, two separate chambers, the mouth, which is open to the water, and the throat, which is sealed away from it. The beaver breathes when it surfaces, carries when it dives, and the valve manages the transition between these two states seamlessly, effortlessly, without the beaver ever having to think about it. It's one of those adaptations that seems almost too elegant to be real, too perfectly designed, too neatly solved. And yet there it is. A tiny flap of tissue, a small, soft valve, making it possible for a 30-kilogram rodent to carry building materials through the water as casually as you might carry a pencil in your hand. The body knows what to do. It always knows, just as your body knows right now how to breathe without your guidance, how to beat your heart without your attention, how to carry you towards sleep without your effort. Trust it. It has been doing this for a very long time. How gently you are resting, how softly you are breathing. There is something so beautiful about a person at rest, about the way the face relaxes, the way the hands go still, the way the whole body says, quietly, I am safe. I can let go. You are that person right now, and you are beautiful in your stillness. Now let's step back from the beaver's body And look at what the beaver builds. We've talked about dams before, those patient constructions of wood and mud and stone that slow the water and create ponds. But we haven't yet talked about just how large these dams can become. Most beaver dams are modest in size, perhaps 10 or 20 meters long, spanning a narrow stream, holding back a small but serviceable pond. But in the right conditions, in broad, shallow valleys with gentle gradients and abundant building materials, beaver dams can grow to extraordinary lengths. Some stretch for hundreds of meters. Hundreds, that's the length of several football fields, end to end. A continuous wall of interlocked branches, packed mud, stones, and debris, stretching across a wide wetland like a long, low ridge on the landscape. The longest beaver dam ever recorded is in northern Alberta, Canada, and it stretches for approximately 850 meters. That's more than half a mile. It's so large that it was first discovered not by someone walking through the forest, but by someone looking at satellite images. A dam visible from space, built by beavers. Stick by stick, handful of mud by handful of mud. Over years, over decades, perhaps over generations of beaver families, each one adding to the work of the last. There is something almost incomprehensible about that kind of patience, that kind of slow, accumulated effort. No single beaver built that dam. No single day of work created it. It grew the way a forest grows, the way a mountain erodes, slowly, steadily, almost imperceptibly. And now it stretches across the landscape, holding back the water, shaping the land, visible from the sky. All from the quiet, persistent work of an animal that weighs less than a golden retriever. And those ponds and wetlands that beaver dams create, they do something profoundly important for the landscape around them. They slow the movement of water. When rain falls on a hillside, or when snow melts in the spring, the water wants to rush downhill. Quickly, urgently, gathering speed and volume as it goes. This is how floods begin. Water moving too fast in too great a volume for the land to absorb. But when that rushing water encounters a beaver dam, it slows, spreads, pools. The dam holds it back, gently, like a hand placed calmly against a current. The water rises behind the dam, filling the pond, spreading into the surrounding soil, seeping into the ground. And then, slowly, it is released, filtering through the dam, trickling over the top, flowing downstream at a gentler pace. The flood peak is reduced. The surge is softened. The water that eventually reaches the communities and farmlands downstream arrives more slowly, more manageably, more kindly. And there's another effect, too. All that water seeping into the ground behind the dam replenishes the local water table, the underground reservoir of water that feeds wells and springs and keeps streams flowing during dry periods. In times of drought, when streams elsewhere are running dry, beaver ponds often continue to hold water, continue to flow, because the ground around them is saturated, fed by years of slow, steady seepage. The beaver, without knowing it, is managing the water supply for an entire landscape, holding it when there's too much, releasing it when there's too little. A quiet, patient, fur-covered water manager, doing work that human engineers spend millions of dollars trying to replicate. You are part of something gentle right now. This moment of rest you're giving yourself. It ripples outward just like the beaver's work ripples outward through the landscape. When you rest, you become kinder, more patient, more present for the people and the world around you. Your rest matters, not just for you, but for everything you touch when you're awake. So rest well, rest deeply, and know that it is one of the most generous things you can do. The wetlands that beavers create are not just water management systems. They are sanctuaries of life. When a beaver builds a dam and a pond forms, an entire community of living things follows. Fish find shelter in the deeper pools. Species like trout and salmon that need cool, still water to rest and spawn. Frogs and toads and salamanders discover perfect breeding grounds in the shallow, sun-warmed edges of the pond. Places where their eggs can develop safely, where tadpoles can grow without being swept away by a current. Dragonflies and damselflies hover over the surface, their larvae developing in the water below. Waterfowl, ducks, geese, herons are drawn to the pond and the surrounding marsh, nesting in the reeds, feeding on the abundance of aquatic life. Songbirds perch in the standing dead trees that rise from the flooded areas. Trees that died when the water rose but that now provide perfect nesting sites, their bare branches offering unobstructed views of the surrounding landscape. Even mammals are drawn in. Deer come to drink at the water's edge. Mink hunt along the banks. Otters play in the deeper channels. The beaver's pond becomes a hub, a gathering place, a center of biodiversity in what might otherwise be a relatively uniform stretch of forest. One dam, one pond, and suddenly the world is teeming with life. All because a beaver did what beavers do. It's difficult to overstate how much life a single beaver family can support simply by going about its daily business. The beaver builds for itself, but in doing so, it builds for everyone. And there is yet another gift that beaver wetlands offer, one that is increasingly valued in our modern world: water purification. When water flows into a beaver pond, it slows down. We've talked about that, but as it slows, something else happens. Suspended particles, silt, sediment, organic debris begin to settle out of the water column. They drift downward gradually and come to rest on the bottom of the pond. The water clarifies, but the purification goes deeper than that. The wetland vegetation that grows in and around the beaver's pond, the reeds, the sedges, the rushes, the water lilies, acts as a living filter. These plants absorb nutrients from the water, including excess nitrogen and phosphorus that might otherwise cause problems downstream. Feeding algal blooms, depleting oxygen, harming aquatic life. The plants take these substances in through their roots and incorporate them into their own growth. The pond's rich, muddy bottom also plays a role. Microorganisms in the sediment break down organic pollutants, neutralizing them, rendering them harmless. Even certain heavy metals can be trapped and sequestered in the wetland soils. The result is that the water flowing out of a beaver wetland, the water that continues downstream, is often measurably cleaner than the water that flowed in. Clearer, purer, gentler on the ecosystems it passes through next. The beaver has built, without intending to, a water treatment facility, a natural one, powered by gravity and sunlight and the slow, patient work of plants and microbes and settling sediment. No electricity required, no chemicals added, just water, finding its way through a landscape shaped by a beaver's quiet ambition. How lovely it is to simply lie here and listen. You don't have to process any of this. You don't have to analyze it or remember it or do anything at all with it. These words are just here to be a gentle presence in the room. A soft, steady voice that asks nothing of you, like the sound of rain on a window, like the murmur of a stream, just here, and you are here too, and that is enough. Here is a fact that might surprise you, one that has become increasingly important as the world grapples with the reality of wildfires. Beaver wetlands can act as natural fire breaks. In dry, fire-prone landscapes, the kind found across much of the western United States and Canada, and in parts of Europe and Asia, wildfires can sweep across the land with terrifying speed, consuming everything in their path. Dry forests, dry grasslands, dry brush, all of it fuel for the flames. But when a wildfire reaches a beaver wetland, it often stops, or at least it slows dramatically. The reason is simple. A beaver wetland is, by definition, wet. The ground is saturated with water. The vegetation is green and damp. The pond itself is a barrier of open water that fire cannot cross. The air above the wetland is more humid, the fuel moisture higher, the conditions far less favorable for combustion. Fires that roar through the surrounding forest may burn right up to the edge of a beaver pond, and then falter, sputter, lose their intensity. The wetland becomes a refuge, not just for the beavers themselves, but for other animals fleeing the flames. Deer, elk, birds, small mammals. They gather at the beaver pond, finding safety in the wet ground and the open water while the fire passes around them. After the fire has moved on, the beaver wetland often becomes the starting point for ecological recovery. A green, wet island in a sea of charred landscape, from which life can slowly spread outward and begin to heal the burned land. A fire break, a refuge, a seed of renewal, all built by an animal that was simply trying to make a home. And one more remarkable contribution that beaver wetlands make to the health of our planet: they store carbon. This is a fact that scientists have been paying more and more attention to in recent years, as the world searches for ways to address climate change. When a beaver dam creates a pond and the surrounding area becomes a wetland, several things happen that pull carbon out of the atmosphere and lock it away. First, the wetland plants, the reeds, the sedges, the aquatic vegetation absorb carbon dioxide from the air as they grow through photosynthesis. When these plants die, they don't fully decompose the way they would in a dry environment. Instead, they fall into the waterlogged soil, where the lack of oxygen slows decomposition dramatically. The dead plant material accumulates in the wet, anaerobic mud, layer upon layer, year after year, slowly building up thick deposits of organic-rich sediment. This is carbon captured from the air and stored in the ground. Over time, beaver wetlands can accumulate significant quantities of carbon in their soils, carbon that would otherwise be in the atmosphere, contributing to warming. The ponds themselves also trap organic sediment washing in from upstream, adding to the carbon store. And because beaver wetlands tend to persist for years, decades, sometimes centuries, the carbon they capture stays locked away for a very long time. It's a slow process, a quiet one. No machines, no technology, no human intervention. Just water and mud and plants and the patient work of beavers, pulling carbon gently from the sky and tucking it into the earth. A small contribution, perhaps, in the grand scheme of things, but multiplied across thousands of beaver wetlands across entire continents, it adds up. Another gift from the beaver to the world it inhabits. Another reason to be grateful for this humble, industrious animal, and another reason to protect it. You have reached the halfway point of our journey together. 50 facts about beavers, and here you are, still resting, still breathing, still gently held by this quiet moment. That is something to feel proud of, not in a loud way, but in a soft way. The way a candle feels proud of its light, quietly, without needing anyone to notice. You are taking care of yourself, and that matters. It matters so much. We looked closely at the beaver's small, folding ears, how they press flat against the head to reduce drag in the water, sleek and streamlined. We discovered that inside those modest ears, the beaver's hearing is finely tuned to pick up low-frequency sounds, the deep, resonant vibrations that signal danger or change. We returned to the beaver's sealing nostrils, those muscular flaps that close during dives lasting up to 15 minutes, granting the beaver access to a world of underwater silence. And we revisited the throat valve, that elegant little flap that lets the beaver carry sticks in its open mouth beneath the surface without swallowing a drop. Then we looked outward, at the grand scale of what beavers build. We marveled at dams stretching hundreds of meters long, one so vast it was discovered from satellite images. We learned how beaver ponds slow floodwaters and stabilize water tables, managing the flow of water across entire landscapes. We explored the extraordinary biodiversity that beaver wetlands support. The fish, the frogs, the birds, the insects, the mammals, all drawn to the sanctuary of a single pond. We discovered that beaver wetlands act as natural water purification systems, filtering sediment and pollutants and sending cleaner water downstream. We learned, perhaps surprisingly, that beaver wetlands serve as natural fire breaks. Wet, green refuges that can stop or slow wildfires and shelter the animals that flee from the flames. And finally, we discovered that these wetlands store carbon, quietly pulling it from the atmosphere and locking it into waterlogged soils, year after patient year. Half of our journey complete, and every one of them has passed through you like a gentle stream, leaving behind whatever it leaves behind and carrying the rest quietly away. Rest now. Let everything soften. The second half of our journey will be here whenever you're ready for it. But there is no hurry. There is never any hurry. Just the quiet and the breath and the deep, slow patience of a beaver building its dam in the dark. One stick at a time, one handful of mud at a time, until the water is still and the world is calm and everything is exactly as it should be. And here you are, still resting, still breathing, still allowing yourself this gift of stillness. If you've been drifting in and out of sleep, that's wonderful. If you've been awake and listening to every word, that's wonderful too. And if you're somewhere in between, that soft, hazy place where the world feels distant and warm and slightly blurred, then you are in perhaps the most wonderful place of all. There is no wrong way to be here. There is only this moment and this voice and the quiet story of beavers continuing to unfold around you like ripples spreading slowly across a still pond. In this next set of facts, we're going to stay with the world the beaver creates: the wetlands, the ponds, the clearings. But we're going to look at who else lives there. Because the beaver's work doesn't just benefit the beaver, creates a home for so many others. Let's explore that world together, gently, one fact at a time. When a beaver builds its dam and a pond forms behind it, the water doesn't just stay in the pond. It seeps. Slowly, quietly, patiently, the water pushes outward and downward, soaking into the soil, saturating the ground, raising the water table in the surrounding area. The water table, that invisible underground level below which the soil is completely saturated, rises, sometimes by just a few centimeters, sometimes by much more. And the effects of this rise can be felt across a surprisingly wide area. Nearby forests find their roots reaching into moister soil. Meadows that might otherwise be dry become damp and lush. The ground itself becomes softer, more giving, more full of the moisture that sustains life. It happens gradually, not overnight, not in a week, but over months and years. The beaver's dam quietly reshapes the hydrology of the landscape around it, pushing water outward from the pond like the slow, steady pulse of a heartbeat. The land drinks it in, the roots find it, the soil holds it, and the world around the beaver's pond becomes just a little bit greener, a little bit more alive because of the water that one small dam is holding in place. It's the kind of change that's easy to miss if you're not looking for it. But it's there, working silently beneath the surface. The way so many important things work quietly, patiently, out of sight. And that extra moisture in the ground, that raised water table, becomes especially precious during times of drought. When the rains fail and the sun beats down and the streams begin to shrink. When the grasses turn brown and the soil cracks and the forest begins to stress. The areas around beaver ponds often remain green. The water stored in the ground, held there by the presence of the dam, continues to feed the roots of plants long after the surface water has evaporated elsewhere. Trees that might otherwise wilt hold their leaves. Wildflowers that would have shriveled continue to bloom. Grasses stay soft and lush when the meadows just a short distance away have turned dry and brittle. The beaver's pond acts as a reservoir, not just of open water, but of underground moisture that sustains the living world through the hardest, driest times. It is, in a very real sense, a lifeline, a gift from the beaver to the landscape, offered without any awareness of its value, without any expectation of return. The beaver simply does what it does, and the land around it survives because of it. There is something profoundly reassuring about that idea, that even in the driest times, even when things seem difficult and sparse, there can be a hidden source of nourishment beneath the surface, something you can't see, but that is quietly sustaining you all the same. Perhaps you have sources like that in your own life, quiet reserves of strength you may not always notice. They are there. Trust that they are there. You are resting so deeply now. Feel how far you've come since the beginning of this journey. How much your body has released, how much your mind has softened. You didn't have to work at it. You just had to be here. And here you are, perfectly, beautifully, quietly here. That is more than enough. The ponds that beavers create are more than just beautiful stretches of still water. For many creatures, they are nurseries, safe places where the young can grow. Consider the fish that live in beaver ponds, small species, and the juveniles of larger species like trout and salmon. In a fast-moving stream, young fish are vulnerable. The current is relentless. Predators are everywhere. There is little shelter, little reprieve. But in a beaver pond, the water is calm. The current is gentle or nearly absent. Fallen branches and submerged logs create a complex, sheltering maze of hiding places where small fish can rest, feed, and grow without being swept away or easily spotted by predators. And it's not just fish. Young amphibians, tadpoles, tiny frogs just beginning to grow their legs, juvenile salamanders, find the same kind of safety in beaver ponds. The shallow, sun-warmed edges of the pond are perfect for tadpole development, warm enough to promote growth, still enough to prevent the fragile creatures from being carried downstream, rich enough in algae and tiny organisms to provide abundant food. These small, vulnerable lives, tucked into the quiet margins of a beaver's pond, growing slowly, safely, in the shelter that the beaver has unwittingly provided. A nursery, a haven, a place where the smallest and most delicate members of the ecosystem can find the calm they need to survive their earliest, most vulnerable days. And above the water, in the reeds and grasses that fringe the beaver's pond, another kind of nursery takes shape. Waterfowl, ducks, geese, and many other water-loving birds are drawn to beaver wetlands as nesting sites. The reasons are clear. A beaver wetland offers everything a nesting bird could want. There is water, of course, open water for swimming, for feeding, for escaping land-based predators. There is dense vegetation along the margins. Tall reeds, thick sedges, tangles of grass that provide cover and concealment for nests built on or near the ground. There is an abundance of food, aquatic plants, seeds, insects, small invertebrates, all within easy reach of the nest. And there is a certain built-in protection that comes from nesting near water. Many ground predators, foxes, coyotes, raccoons, are less inclined to wade through marshy, waterlogged ground to reach a nest hidden deep in the reeds. The wetland itself becomes a kind of moat, a barrier of mud and water and dense vegetation that discourages all but the most determined intruders. And so the birds come. Mallards tuck their nests into the grass at the water's edge. Canada geese claim the higher ground near the pond. Wood ducks find cavities in the standing dead trees that rise from the flooded areas. The beaver's pond, which was built for the beaver's purposes, becomes a thriving community of feathered families, all raising their young in the safety and abundance that the beaver's work has created. How softly the world is holding you right now. Can you feel it? The way everything unnecessary has fallen away. The way your body has become quiet and still, like a pond on a windless evening. You don't have to maintain this feeling. You don't have to guard it or protect it. It will stay as long as you let it. Just breathe and let it stay. The beaver's influence extends beyond the pond itself and into the surrounding forest. When beavers fell trees and flood areas of woodland, they create clearings. Open spaces where sunlight reaches the ground in ways it couldn't before, when the canopy was intact. In these clearings, new growth appears. Shrubs spring up. Young saplings stretch toward the light. Grasses and wildflowers fill the gaps between the stumps. The edges of the beaver's pond, where the water meets the land, become lush with tender, nutritious vegetation that thrives in the extra moisture and sunlight. And this new growth attracts larger animals. Moose, those enormous, gentle giants of the northern forests, are frequently found browsing in beaver clearings. They wade into the shallows of beaver ponds to eat aquatic plants, water lilies, pondweed, the tender stems of emergent vegetation. They strip leaves and bark from the young willows and aspens that grow along the water's edge. Deer, too, are drawn to these clearings. The fresh, accessible browse that grows in the wake of the beaver's tree felling is exactly the kind of food that deer seek out, nutritious, tender, and close to the protective cover of the surrounding forest. The beaver creates an opening. Sunlight pours in. New plants grow. And the larger animals of the forest come to feed. A chain of events, set in motion by a rodent with orange teeth and a flat tail, rippling outward, upward, through the entire food web. And the beaver isn't always alone in enjoying its pond and its lodge. Sometimes it has house guests, Otters, those sleek, playful, endlessly charming members of the weasel family, are occasionally found sharing beaver ponds and even, on rare occasions, the lodges themselves. It's not exactly a formal arrangement. Beavers and otters are not close companions in the way that some animals form mutualistic partnerships. They simply coexist. The beaver's pond is an ideal habitat for otters, deep water for diving, fish and crayfish to hunt, sheltered banks for resting, and the beaver's lodge, with its thick walls and underwater entrance, offers a warm, secure shelter that an otter might find appealing, especially in winter. There are documented cases of otters moving into abandoned beaver lodges, and occasional reports of otters and beavers using the same lodge at the same time. A quiet, unspoken cohabitation. The two species generally tolerate each other. The beaver is an herbivore, the otter is a carnivore. They don't compete for food, they simply share the space. Two very different animals living side by side in the same small corner of the world. There's something lovely about that image. The busy, industrious beaver and the playful, curious otter, passing each other in the water, acknowledging each other's presence with nothing more than a glance, and then going about their very different lives, sharing a home without conflict, without fuss, just being neighbors. You are such a gentle presence in this moment, quiet and still and at ease. The world doesn't need you to be anything right now. Not productive, not clever, not strong, just here, just resting, just being the soft, breathing, beautiful person that you are. And that is the most perfect thing you could possibly be right now. Let's return to the water's edge now, to the quiet pools that form behind the beaver's dam. These pools, still, shallow, sheltered from the current, are paradise for frogs and salamanders. Amphibians as a group are deeply dependent on water. They need it for breeding, for egg-laying, for the development of their larvae. But not just any water will do. Fast-moving streams are too turbulent. Temporary puddles are too unreliable. What amphibians need is calm, persistent water, pools that are still enough for eggs to develop undisturbed, deep enough to last through the breeding season, and rich enough in nutrients to support the tiny organisms that tadpoles and larvae feed upon. Beaver ponds provide all of this. The still water behind a dam is perfect for frog eggs, those familiar, gelatinous clusters that float among the submerged vegetation in spring. Tadpoles grow fat in the algae-rich shallows. Salamanders lay their eggs beneath submerged logs and stones, where the water is cool and dark and undisturbed. Some species of amphibians are found almost exclusively in beaver-created habitats, so closely tied to these ponds that their populations rise and fall with the fortunes of the local beaver colony. When the beavers are present and the ponds are full, the frogs sing at dusk in great, joyful choruses. The salamanders slip through the underwater shadows, sleek and silent. The pools teem with life, all because a beaver built a dam, and the water grew still, and the quiet pools behind it became exactly what these small, soft-skinned creatures needed to thrive. And in the warm air above those quiet pools, another form of life explodes in abundance. Insects. Beaver wetlands are extraordinary habitats for insects of all kinds. Mosquitoes lay their eggs on the still water surface. Dragonfly and damselfly nymphs develop in the shallows, spending months or even years as aquatic larvae before emerging to take flight as shimmering, jewel-colored adults. Mayflies, caddisflies, and stoneflies, the classic aquatic insects whose presence is an indicator of healthy water, thrive in the oxygen-rich margins of beaver ponds. Beetles skate across the surface film. Water striders dimple the tension of the pond with their impossibly delicate feet. The still water, the rich organic matter, the abundance of aquatic vegetation, the variety of microhabitats. Deep water, shallow water, mud, sand, submerged wood, floating plants. All of it creates a mosaic of opportunities for insects to breed, to feed, to develop, and to flourish. On a warm summer evening, a beaver pond hums with insect life. A soft, constant vibration of wings and movement that fills the air like a living sound. It is the sound of abundance, the sound of an ecosystem functioning at its fullest. And it all begins, as so many things begin in this story, with a dam and a pond and a beaver going quietly about its work. Let that hum settle over you now, that warm, gentle sound of a summer evening by the water. Imagine it softly at the very edge of your awareness, not loud, not demanding, just there. A backdrop of life and warmth and gentle activity, lulling you deeper into this restful place. You are so safe here, so held, so perfectly at peace. And all those insects, those teeming, humming, swarming clouds of tiny lives, they do not go unnoticed. They become food. The insects that thrive in beaver wetlands form the base of a food chain that extends upward through the ecosystem, feeding creatures that might seem to have no connection to the beaver at all. Birds are perhaps the most obvious beneficiaries. Swallows and flycatchers swoop and dart over the beaver's pond at dusk, snatching insects from the air in mid-flight, their acrobatic silhouettes cutting across the fading sky. Warblers glean insects from the reeds and the overhanging branches. Woodpeckers probe the standing dead trees for beetle larvae. Kingfishers watch from their perches, diving not for insects but for the small fish that themselves feed on aquatic insect larvae. And when true darkness falls, the bats arrive. Bats are voracious insect eaters, and a beaver pond on a summer night is a banquet. They emerge from their roosts in hollow trees and caves and barn rafters, and they descend upon the wetland, using their extraordinary echolocation to detect and capture insects in complete darkness. A single bat can eat thousands of insects in a single night, and a beaver wetland, with its superabundance of flying insects, can support large populations of bats that might otherwise struggle to find enough food. The beaver builds a dam. The pond creates a wetland. The wetland breeds insects. The insects feed the birds and the bats. and the circle widens and widens and widens. One small act of construction rippling outward through the web of life in ways that the beaver could never imagine. But we can imagine it. And there is something deeply comforting in knowing that the world is connected in this way, that one quiet effort can nourish so many. And now, let's look far into the future of a beaver pond, because even the most well-built dam does not last forever. Eventually, perhaps after years, perhaps after decades, the beaver colony moves on. The adults grow old. The kits disperse. The dam, without its tireless maintenance crew, begins to deteriorate. Water seeps through the cracks. The pond level drops. The dam slumps and settles. And slowly, slowly, the pond begins to drain. But this is not an ending. It is a transformation. As the water recedes, the rich, organic sediment that has been accumulating on the bottom of the pond for years, all those layers of decomposed leaves, dead plants, settled silt, trapped nutrients, is exposed to the air. And this sediment is extraordinarily fertile. It is some of the richest soil you will find anywhere in a forest. Seeds that have been lying dormant in the mud begin to germinate. Grasses push up through the dark, moist earth. Wildflowers appear. Shrubs take root. Over time, years, decades, the former pond fills in completely and becomes a meadow. A beaver meadow. These meadows are recognizable features of the landscape in many parts of North America and Europe. Flat, lush, open clearings in the forest, rich with grasses and wildflowers, often following the course of a small stream. They are the ghosts of old beaver ponds, landscapes shaped by an animal that has long since moved on, but whose legacy persists in the contours of the land, in the richness of the soil, in the lushness of the vegetation. And sometimes, years later, a new beaver comes along, finds the stream, and builds a new dam, and the meadow becomes a pond once more. The cycle begins again. Water rises. Life returns. The beaver's work is never truly finished. It echoes through time, shaping and reshaping the land in an endless, gentle rhythm of water and earth, fullness and emptiness, presence and absence. A cycle as old as the forests themselves, and as patient, and as beautiful. You have come so far in this journey. 60 facts now. 60 small windows into the world of this extraordinary animal. And through it all, you have been resting, quietly, patiently, gently, the way a beaver meadow rests between floods, the way the earth rests between seasons. You are part of that same great rhythm of rest and renewal. And right now, in this moment, you are in the rest. You are in the stillness, and it is exactly where you belong. We discovered that beaver dams raise groundwater levels in the surrounding landscape, pushing moisture outward into nearby forests and meadows. We learned that this stored water becomes a lifeline during drought, keeping plants alive and green when the world around them turns dry and brittle. We explored the beaver's pond as a nursery, a safe, calm haven where young fish and amphibians can grow, sheltered from currents and predators. We saw waterfowl nesting in the dense vegetation that fringes the wetland, drawn by the water, the food, and the protection that the marshy ground provides. We watched moose and deer browsing in the clearings that beavers create, feeding on the fresh, nutritious growth that springs up where trees once stood. We met the otter, that playful, sleek neighbor who sometimes shares the beaver's pond and even its lodge, the two species coexisting in quiet, unspoken harmony. We returned to the quiet pools behind the dam and found them teeming with frogs and salamanders, their eggs and larvae thriving in the still, warm water. We looked to the air above the pond and saw it alive with insects. Dragonflies, mayflies, beetles, mosquitoes, a swarming abundance of tiny lives bred in the wetland's rich habitat. We learned that those insects feed the birds and the bats, swallows darting at dusk, warblers gleaning in the reeds, bats descending in the darkness to feast on thousands of insects in a single night. And finally, we looked far into the future, to a time when the beaver has moved on and the pond slowly fills with sediment and becomes a meadow, rich, fertile, lush, carrying the beaver's legacy forward through the landscape long after the water has drained away. And now, let's look far into the future of a beaver pond, because even the most well-built dam does not last forever. Eventually, perhaps after years, perhaps after decades, the beaver colony moves on. The adults grow old. The kits disperse. The dam, without its tireless maintenance crew, begins to deteriorate. Water seeps through the cracks. The pond level drops. The dam slumps and settles. And slowly, slowly, the pond begins to drain. But this is not an ending. It is a transformation. As the water recedes, the rich, organic sediment that has been accumulating on the bottom of the pond for years, all those layers of decomposed leaves, dead plants, settled silt, trapped nutrients, is exposed to the air. And this sediment is extraordinarily fertile. It is some of the richest soil you will find anywhere in a forest. Seeds that have been lying dormant in the mud begin to germinate. Grasses push up through the dark, moist earth. Wildflowers appear. Shrubs take root. Over time, years, decades, the former pond fills in completely and becomes a meadow, a beaver meadow. These meadows are recognizable features of the landscape in many parts of North America and Europe. Flat, lush, open clearings in the forest, rich with grasses and wildflowers, often following the course of a small stream. They are the ghosts of old beaver ponds, landscapes shaped by an animal that has long since moved on, but whose legacy persists in the contours of the land, in the richness of the soil, in the lushness of the vegetation. And sometimes, years later, a new beaver comes along, finds the stream, and builds a new dam, and the meadow becomes a pond once more. The cycle begins again. Water rises. Life returns. The beaver's work is never truly finished. It echoes through time, shaping and reshaping the land in an endless, gentle rhythm of water and earth, fullness and emptiness, presence and absence. a cycle as old as the forests themselves, and as patient and as beautiful. You have come so far in this journey. 60 facts now. 60 small windows into the world of this extraordinary animal. And through it all, you have been resting, quietly, patiently, gently, the way a beaver meadow rests between floods, the way the earth rests between seasons. You are part of that same great rhythm of rest and renewal. And right now, in this moment, you are in the rest. You are in the stillness, and it is exactly where you belong. We discovered that beaver dams raise groundwater levels in the surrounding landscape, pushing moisture outward into nearby forests and meadows. We learned that this stored water becomes a lifeline during drought, keeping plants alive and green when the world around them turns dry and brittle. We explored the beaver's pond as a nursery, a safe, calm haven where young fish and amphibians can grow, sheltered from currents and predators. We saw waterfowl nesting in the dense vegetation that fringes the wetland, drawn by the water, the food, and the protection that the marshy ground provides. We watched moose and deer browsing in the clearings that beavers create, feeding on the fresh, nutritious growth that springs up where trees once stood. We met the otter, that playful, sleek neighbor who sometimes shares the beaver's pond and even its lodge, the two species coexisting in quiet, unspoken harmony. We returned to the quiet pools behind the dam and found them teeming with frogs and salamanders, their eggs and larvae thriving in the still, warm water. We looked to the air above the pond and saw it alive with insects. Dragonflies, mayflies, beetles, mosquitoes, a swarming abundance of tiny lives bred in the wetland's rich habitat. We learned that those insects feed the birds and the bats, swallows darting at dusk, warblers gleaning in the reeds, bats descending in the darkness to feast on thousands of insects in a single night. And finally, we looked far into the future, to a time when the beaver has moved on and the pond slowly fills with sediment and becomes a meadow, rich, fertile, lush, carrying the beaver's legacy forward through the landscape long after the water has drained away. We are deep into our journey now, and here you are, still resting, still breathing, still held by this quiet moment. The world outside has continued turning as it always does. But in here, time moves differently. In here, time moves at the pace of a beaver, slow, deliberate, unhurried. And that is exactly the right pace for where you are now. In our last segment, we watched a beaver pond drain and transform into a meadow, rich, green, full of life. In this next set of facts, we're going to stay in that meadow for a while. We're going to watch what happens next. How the land heals, how it changes, how the cycle continues. And we're going to step back and see the larger picture. The way beavers shape not just a single pond, but entire landscapes, over not just years but centuries. It's a slow, magnificent story, and it begins right where we left off. In the meadow, in the quiet. Let's continue. The meadow that forms where a beaver pond once stood is not a fleeting thing. It doesn't bloom for a season and then fade. Persists. The rich sediment that accumulated on the bottom of the pond over years and decades. All that decomposed plant material, all that settled silt, all those trapped nutrients, creates a layer of soil so fertile, so deep, so full of organic matter, that it can sustain lush growth for a very long time. Decades, sometimes many decades, long after the last trace of the pond has vanished, long after the old dam has crumbled into an unrecognizable hump of rotting wood and earth, the meadow remains, green and open and full of life. The grasses grow thick. Wildflowers bloom in profusion each spring and summer. Buttercups, asters, goldenrod, clover. The soil beneath them is dark and moist and rich, holding water like a sponge, releasing nutrients slowly and steadily to the roots of everything that grows there. If you were to walk through such a meadow, you might not know that a pond once stood here. You might simply think it was a particularly beautiful clearing in the forest, a place where the grass was unusually green, where the flowers were unusually abundant, where the air smelled of earth and growth and quiet vitality. And you would be standing, without knowing it, on the legacy of a beaver family that lived and worked here years ago. Their pond is gone, but its richness remains, held in the soil, nourishing the land, a gift that keeps giving long after the giver has moved on. And into that rich soil, new life comes. Plants that couldn't grow when the area was flooded, when the ground was submerged beneath a meter or more of pond water, now find the conditions perfect for colonization. Seeds arrive on the wind, carried from the surrounding forest. Others are brought by birds, tucked into their feathers or passed through their digestive systems and deposited in droppings. Some seeds have been lying dormant in the soil itself for years, waiting patiently beneath the water for the day when the pond would drain and the sunlight would reach them again. And now, they germinate, slowly, quietly. The first to appear are usually the grasses and the herbaceous plants, the fast-growing, opportunistic species that thrive in open, sunlit, nutrient-rich conditions. Then come the shrubs, willows and alders, often among the first woody plants to establish themselves, their roots reaching eagerly into the moist, fertile earth. Berry bushes appear, blackberry, raspberry, elderberry, creating thickets that provide food and shelter for birds and small mammals. Each new plant that takes root changes the meadow slightly, adding structure, adding shade, adding complexity. The meadow doesn't stay the same. It evolves. Slowly, season by season, it becomes something richer, something more layered, something closer to the forest it once was. And all of this growth is powered by the soil the beaver left behind, the nutrients captured in that ancient pond sediment, still feeding the land, still giving life year after year after year. You are resting so gently right now, like a seed in rich soil. You don't have to try. You don't have to push or strive or reach. Everything you need is already here, already around you, already holding you. Just be still. Just let yourself be nourished by this quiet. The way the meadow is nourished by the soil beneath it, you are being nourished by this rest, and it is doing you so much good. Given enough time, the meadow begins to change again. The shrubs grow taller, their shade deepens, and in that shade, something new appears. Tree seedlings, tiny saplings, just inches tall, pushing up through the grass and the leaf litter, reaching for the sky. Aspens, perhaps, or willows, birches, alders, the very same species of trees that the original beaver colony felled to build its dam and feed its family all those years ago. The trees return, slowly, patiently, one sapling at a time. At first, they are barely noticeable among the grasses and the shrubs. But year by year they grow. Their trunks thicken, their crowns spread. The meadow, which was once open and sunlit, begins to close in. Shade replaces sunlight. The grass is thin. The wildflowers retreat to the edges, where the light still reaches. And gradually, over decades, the former beaver pond, which became a meadow, which became a shrubland, becomes a forest once again. Trees stand where water once stood. Roots reach into soil that was once the muddy bottom of a pond. The land has come full circle, from forest to pond to meadow to forest again. It's a cycle of transformation so slow that no single observer could watch it from beginning to end. It unfolds across the span of a human lifetime or longer. But it is happening, always happening, in beaver country all around the world. The forest falls. The water rises. The water drains. The forest returns. And the land remembers everything. And then, sometimes, the beavers come back. A young beaver, dispersing from its birth colony, traveling along a stream in search of a place to call home, arrives in a valley that its ancestors may have shaped generations ago. The stream flows through the old meadow, or perhaps through the young forest that has grown up in its place. The beaver looks at the stream. It looks at the trees. It looks at the gentle contours of the valley, the flat, wide floor, the gradual slopes, the perfect conditions for a dam. And it begins to build. A new dam rises across the stream. The water backs up. A new pond forms. The young trees that had been growing where the old pond once stood are flooded at their bases. Some die. Some adapt. The landscape shifts again, from forest back to wetland, from dry ground back to shimmering water. And the cycle begins anew. The same valley, the same stream, a different beaver but the same ancient impulse to dam, to flood, to create a home. There is something extraordinary about this. The way beavers are drawn back to the same landscapes, the same valleys again and again, as if the land itself calls to them, as if the contours of the terrain whisper, "Build here. This is a good place. This has always been a good place." And the beaver listens, and the dam rises, and the water returns, and the world once again is made new. How beautifully you are resting. Your body knows this rhythm. the rhythm of cycles of ebb and flow, of waking and sleeping. It has carried you through every day and every night of your entire life, and it will carry you through this one too. You can trust it completely. It knows the way, just as the beaver knows its valley. Your body knows its way to sleep. Let it lead you there, gently, in its own time. This cycle, pond to meadow to forest to pond again, is not a one-time event. It can repeat for centuries, hundreds and hundreds of years. In some valleys, evidence suggests that beavers have been building dams, creating ponds, abandoning them, and returning to build again for thousands of years. The sediment layers in these ancient beaver meadows tell the story. Alternating bands of pond mud and meadow soil, stacked one on top of another like the pages of a very long, very slow book. Each layer represents a chapter, a time of water, a time of grass, a time of trees, and then water again. The landscape breathes, in and out, wet and dry, open and closed, on a timescale that dwarfs any single beaver's lifetime. No individual beaver witnesses the full cycle. Each one knows only its own chapter, the dam it builds, the pond it creates, the kits it raises. But together, generation after generation, colony after colony, they write a story that spans centuries. A story written in mud and water and wood. A story of patience beyond measure. Of change so slow it looks like permanence, and permanence so deep it allows for endless change. The valley endures. The stream endures. And the beavers keep coming back. Keep building, keep shaping the land with the same quiet determination their ancestors brought to this same place. 100 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. Some things in this world are very, very old, and very, very patient, and that patience is its own kind of beauty. Now let's step back even further. Let's rise above the valley and look at the landscape from a wider view. In regions where beavers are abundant, the boreal forests of Canada, the wetlands of Scandinavia, the river systems of the northern United States, you will often find not just one beaver pond, but many, scattered along a single stream or river system, spaced out across a watershed. There may be dozens of beaver ponds, each one built by a different colony, each one at a different stage of its life cycle. Some ponds are new, freshly dammed, the water still rising, the trees at the edges just beginning to flood. Others are mature, deep, established ponds with well-built lodges and thriving ecosystems. The dam solid and well-maintained, the colony strong. And still others are old, the dam deteriorating, the pond draining, the meadow beginning to emerge from the receding water. And scattered among the active ponds are the ghosts of ponds past. Beaver meadows in various stages of succession, some still open and grassy, others filling in with shrubs, others returning to young forest. This patchwork of ponds and meadows, each at a different age, each in a different stage of transformation, creates a mosaic across the landscape. A living, shifting, ever-changing tapestry of water and land, wetness and dryness, openness and enclosure. And this mosaic is not random. It is the accumulated work of beavers, generations of beavers, building and abandoning and rebuilding, leaving their mark on the land in overlapping layers of change. The landscape becomes a record of their presence, a map of their industry, a testament to the quiet, persistent power of an animal that simply never stops building. You are so deeply at rest now. Feel how the weight of your body has settled into whatever is holding you, how your muscles have softened, how your jaw has unclenched, how even the small tensions behind your eyes and across your forehead have eased. This is your body thanking you for this time, thanking you for this stillness. Accept that thanks. You have earned it. And here is what makes that mosaic so ecologically precious. Each pond, each meadow, each stage of the cycle supports a slightly different community of plants and animals. A new beaver pond, freshly flooded, attracts one set of species. Pioneer plants, the fast-growing, water-loving species that colonize newly flooded areas, take hold quickly. Insects that specialize in still, open water arrive and breed. Fish move in from upstream. The ecosystem is young, dynamic, full of rapid change and fresh opportunity. A mature pond, several years old, has a different character entirely. The vegetation is more established. Sediment has accumulated. The water may be deeper, the shoreline more defined. Different species of plants grow here, water lilies, perhaps, or more established beds of reeds and sedges. The fish community has matured. Frogs that prefer deeper, more permanent water have moved in. The food web is more complex, more layered. And a draining pond, one that is transitioning toward meadow, supports yet another suite of species. Mudflat specialists, shorebirds that probe the exposed sediment for invertebrates. Plants that thrive in saturated but not submerged soil. Each stage has its own identity, its own community, its own particular flavor of life. And because the beaver landscape contains all of these stages simultaneously, new ponds and old ponds and meadows and young forests, all within the same watershed, it supports a far greater diversity of life than any single habitat could on its own. This diversity, this richness of different habitats existing side by side, each one supporting its own unique community of living things, is the foundation of a healthy ecosystem. Ecologists have long understood that diversity is strength. A landscape with many different types of habitat is more resilient than one with just a few. It can absorb disturbances, storms, droughts, disease outbreaks, without collapsing, because even if one habitat is affected, the others carry on. Species that are struggling in one area can find refuge in another. Populations can rebound. The whole system bends without breaking. And beavers, through their relentless cycle of building and abandoning and rebuilding, create exactly this kind of diverse, resilient landscape. They don't do it on purpose, of course. They don't think in terms of ecosystem health or species diversity or ecological resilience. They are simply living their lives, following their instincts, doing what beavers have always done. But the result is a landscape that is richer, stronger, and more alive than it would be without them. The ponds and the meadows and the young forests and the old forests, together, they form something greater than any one of them could be alone. A whole that is more than the sum of its parts. There is a lesson in that, perhaps. A quiet, gentle lesson about how the small, steady things we do, without grand ambition, without any awareness of their larger impact, can contribute to something beautiful and strong and enduring. You don't have to see the whole mosaic to be part of it. You just have to do your small part, and the rest takes care of itself. How peaceful you are right now. How quiet your mind has become, like a landscape after snow. Everything softened, everything muffled, everything draped in stillness. You don't have to think about anything. You don't have to plan or remember or decide. Just rest in this quiet landscape of your own making. It is beautiful here, and you are safe. Because of all of this, because of the dams and the ponds and the meadows and the wetlands and the extraordinary ripple effects that flow outward from every single thing a beaver does, scientists have given the beaver a special title. They call it an ecosystem engineer. We've touched on this idea before, but it's worth returning to now at this point in our journey because we've seen so much more of what it means. An ecosystem engineer is an organism that physically modifies its environment in ways that create, maintain, or significantly alter habitats. Not all animals do this. Most animals live within the habitats they find, adapting to what exists, fitting themselves into the available niches, making the best of what nature provides. But the beaver does something different. The beaver changes what nature provides. Takes a stream and turns it into a pond. It takes a forest and turns it into a wetland. It takes a hillside and turns it into a mosaic of water and land that supports hundreds of species that could not have lived there before. The beaver doesn't just live in its environment. It reshapes it. It rebuilds it. It engineers it. And in doing so, it creates the conditions for an extraordinary abundance of life. Very few animals on Earth have this kind of impact. Elephants, perhaps, who knock down trees and create grasslands. Coral polyps, who build the vast reef structures that shelter entire marine ecosystems. Earthworms, who till and aerate the soil. And beavers, quiet, unassuming, flat-tailed beavers. Among the most powerful forces for ecological change on the planet. Not through speed, not through strength, not through aggression, but through patience, through persistence, through the simple, unwavering act of placing one stick on top of another, day after day, night after night, year after year. The world's gentlest engineer. And the scope of the beaver's engineering is vast. We've talked about individual ponds and individual dams. But when you step back and look at the cumulative effect of beaver activity across an entire river system, across an entire region, the scale of transformation is staggering. Beavers reshape rivers. A straight, fast-flowing stream passing through a beaver-occupied valley, can be transformed into a series of stepped pools and gentle cascades. The water slowed and spread across a wider floodplain. The river's character changes fundamentally. Its speed, its depth, its width, the temperature of its water, the composition of its banks. And beavers reshape forests. The trees they fell, the areas they flood, the clearings they create, the meadows that follow. All of these alter the structure and the composition of the forest itself. Where old-growth trees once stood, young saplings now grow. Where dense canopy once blocked the sun, open clearings now let light flood in. The forest becomes more varied, more textured, more diverse in its age and its structure. Rivers and forests, two of the most fundamental features of the natural landscape, both profoundly shaped by an animal that weighs less than most dogs. It's humbling when you think about it, the sheer, quiet power of persistence. The way a single species, armed with nothing more than strong teeth and an instinct to build, can alter the face of the land itself. The beaver doesn't know it's an engineer. It doesn't know the rivers and forests bear its mark. It simply works, night after night, season after season, and the world changes around it, slowly, surely, irreversibly, shaped by the most patient hands in all of nature. You have traveled through so much tonight, through the small details of the beaver's body and the vast landscapes it creates, through centuries of time and cycles of change. And through it all, you have been resting, letting your body do what it does best, heal and restore and renew itself in the quiet darkness. You are part of a cycle too, a cycle of effort and rest, of waking and sleeping, of giving and receiving. And right now, you are in the receiving. You are in the rest, and you deserve every moment of it. We began in the beaver meadow and discovered that its rich, fertile soil can sustain lush growth for many decades, nourished by the deep layer of sediment left behind by the vanished pond. We watched new plants colonize that soil, grasses and wildflowers first, then shrubs, each one arriving in its own time, drawn by the richness beneath their roots. We saw trees return to the meadow, slowly, patiently, sapling by sapling, until the open clearing became a forest once more. And then we watched the beavers come back. A new generation finding the same valley, building a new dam, flooding the young forest and beginning the cycle again. We learned that this cycle, pond to meadow to forest to pond, can repeat for centuries, written in alternating layers of mud and soil, each one a chapter in a story older than memory. We rose above the valley and saw the mosaic of ponds and meadows scattered across the landscape, each one at a different age, each one in a different stage of transformation. We discovered that each stage supports its own unique community of plants and animals, and that this diversity of habitats is what makes the entire ecosystem strong and resilient. We returned to the beaver's title, ecosystem engineer, and understood it more fully now, having seen the breadth and depth of what the beaver creates. And finally, We stepped back to appreciate the full scope of the beaver's impact on rivers and forests alike, two of the Earth's most fundamental landscapes, both profoundly reshaped by the quiet, persistent work of a single, unassuming animal. Let everything settle now. Let the meadows and the ponds and the forests and the rivers all dissolve into a single, peaceful feeling. A feeling of connection, of continuity, of gentle, unhurried change. The world is patient. The beaver is patient. And you, right now, in this moment of perfect stillness, you are patient too. Rest now. The next set of facts will be here whenever you're ready. But there is no hurry. There is never, ever any hurry. Just the quiet and the dark and the long, slow turning of the world. You have been resting for a long time now, and that is such a good and gentle thing. Your body has been doing its quiet work, healing, restoring, renewing, while your mind has drifted through ponds and meadows and forests shaped by beavers. If you are still awake, that's fine. If you are nearly asleep, that's fine too. And if you are already dreaming, then perhaps the beavers have followed you there, building their dams in the soft landscape of your sleep. Wherever you are welcome, you are safe, and there are more gentle facts waiting for you. This next set of facts is about water, about how beavers manage it, hold it, slow it, clean it, and share it with the world downstream. It is a story of quiet generosity, of an animal that gives far more than it takes, simply by doing what it has always done. Let the story wash over you now, like cool water over smooth stones. Let's begin. Along the banks of a stream or a river, erosion is a constant force. The water pushes against the soil. The current carves into the banks. Rain loosens the earth. And bit by bit, the stream widens, the banks crumble, and the soil that once held the landscape together is carried away downstream. In steep terrain, or during heavy rains, this erosion can be dramatic. Entire sections of bank collapsing into the water, trees toppling as their roots are undermined, the stream cutting an ever deeper channel through the land. But when a beaver builds a dam, something different happens. The dam slows the water. The current loses its urgency, its force, its cutting edge. Behind the dam, the pond spreads wide and still, and the water that once rushed against the banks now barely moves at all. The banks are no longer under assault. The soil stays where it is. The roots of the trees and the shrubs along the water's edge hold firm, undisturbed by the tug of the current. And even downstream of the dam, the water flows more gently, released slowly, filtered through the structure of sticks and mud, emerging at a pace that the banks can withstand. The beaver's dam acts as a brake on erosion, a quiet, persistent force of stability in a world that is always, gently, wearing itself away. The soil stays, the banks hold, the stream remains where it is, flowing through a landscape that is a little more stable, a little more secure, because of the dam that holds the water back. Stability, security, the knowledge that the ground beneath you is firm and steady. These are gifts that the beaver gives to the land, and they are gifts you can feel right now in your own body. The firm, steady surface beneath you, holding you, supporting you, keeping you safe while you rest. When a storm comes, when the sky darkens and the rain begins to fall, hard and fast and relentless, the streams and rivers below begin to swell. Water pours off the hillsides, gathers in rivulets, rushes into the channels, and the stream level rises. In a landscape without beavers, this surge of water has nowhere to go but downstream, gaining volume and speed as it travels, becoming the beginning of a flood. But in a landscape shaped by beavers, the ponds catch the surge. The water rushes into the beaver pond, and the pond absorbs it. The water level rises, yes, but the pond is large and its capacity is significant. What might have been a sudden, dangerous pulse of floodwater is instead spread across the broad, flat surface of the pond, its energy dissipated, its force diminished. The dam holds, the pond swells, and the water that does pass downstream does so more gradually, more gently, than it would have without the dam. A beaver pond can store a remarkable amount of water during a storm. The exact volume depends on the size of the pond, of course. A small pond on a narrow stream might hold only a modest amount, while a large pond in a wide valley can store thousands upon thousands of liters. But regardless of size, the principle is the same. The pond acts as a buffer, a cushion between the storm and the landscape below. It catches the blow, absorbs the impact, and releases the water slowly, steadily in its own time, like a deep breath taken in the middle of something overwhelming. The pond holds the water, holds the moment, and then lets it go, gently, calmly, without panic. You are so calm right now, so beautifully, perfectly calm, like a pond after the rain has stopped, the surface settling, the ripples fading, the world growing quiet again. Whatever storms your day may have held, whatever worries, whatever pressures, whatever noise, they are fading now. The pond of your mind is growing still, and all you have to do is let it. And when the storm passes, when the rain stops and the clouds begin to thin and the sky brightens again, the beaver's pond still holds its water. Not all of it, of course. Some has already flowed over and through the dam, making its way downstream. But much of the water captured during the storm remains, held in the pond, seeping into the saturated ground around it, stored in the wet, spongy soils of the surrounding wetland. And now, as the days pass and the sun returns and the streams begin to shrink back to their normal levels, this stored water begins to do something quietly wonderful. It releases, slowly, gradually, seeping through the dam, filtering through the ground, trickling back into the stream at a gentle, measured pace. While the streams elsewhere are dropping, their storm-fed surge long gone, their channels drying out, the stream below a beaver dam continues to flow, fed by the slow, steady release of water from the pond and the saturated ground around it. The pond doesn't give up all its water at once. It parcels it out like a careful steward, releasing just enough to keep the stream alive, holding the rest in reserve for tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. It's a system of extraordinary patience and efficiency. The storm delivers the water in a rush. The pond captures it. And then, over days and weeks, the pond gives it back. One gentle trickle at a time. The world downstream never knows how much it owes to that quiet pond upstream. But the debt is real. And the beaver, without knowing it, is the one who made it possible. This slow release of stored water becomes most precious during times of drought. When the rains fail, when weeks pass without precipitation, when the sun beats down day after day and the soil cracks and the grasses turn brown, streams begin to suffer. Their flow diminishes. Some sections dry up entirely, leaving nothing but exposed rock and dusty stream beds. Fish are stranded in shrinking pools. Amphibians search desperately for moisture. The plants along the banks wilt and wither. But in a watershed that contains beaver ponds, the story is different. The water stored in those ponds and in the saturated ground around them continues to feed the stream, even when no rain has fallen for weeks. The flow may be reduced, yes, a trickle rather than a rush, but it persists. The stream keeps moving. The pools stay full enough to shelter the fish. The banks stay moist enough to sustain the vegetation. Life holds on, because somewhere upstream, a beaver pond is doing what it has always done, holding water, storing it, and releasing it slowly, steadily, faithfully, regardless of what the weather is doing above. The beaver doesn't know there's a drought. It doesn't know that the stream downstream depends on its pond for survival. It's simply living in the home it built, swimming in the water it dammed, eating the bark it gathered, and the stream lives on because of it. There is something deeply moving about that kind of unconscious generosity, about giving something essential to the world simply by being yourself, simply by doing what you do. The beaver sustains the stream by being a beaver. Perhaps we sustain more than we know, too, simply by being who we are. You are giving yourself something essential right now. Rest. True, deep, unhurried rest. And it is sustaining you in ways you may not fully realize. Restoring your body, calming your mind, replenishing the reserves you've drawn upon throughout your day. Like a beaver pond slowly releasing water into a thirsty stream, this rest is quietly nourishing everything you are. Let it continue. Let it flow. You don't have to do anything but receive. The wetland vegetation that grows around a beaver pond, the reeds, the sedges, the rushes, the grasses, the tangled growth of roots and stems that lines the water's edge, does more than simply look beautiful. It works. Constantly, silently, it works. When rainwater runs off the surrounding hills and slopes, it carries sediment with it. Tiny particles of soil, fragments of organic matter, dust and debris washed from the surface of the land. This sediment-laden runoff flows downhill, pulled by gravity toward the stream. But before it reaches the open water of the beaver's pond, it passes through the wetland vegetation. And here something remarkable happens. The dense mat of roots and stems acts as a filter, a natural living sieve. The water passes through, but the sediment does not. The particles are caught, trapped by the roots, slowed by the stems, settled out of the water as the flow is forced to meander and slow through the thick vegetation. By the time the water reaches the pond, it is measurably cleaner, clearer, lighter. The sediment that it carried, soil that might otherwise have muddied the stream, smothered fish spawning beds, or degraded water quality downstream, has been captured and held in the wetland, where it adds to the rich, accumulating soil. It's such a quiet process. No machinery, no filters that need replacing. Just plants growing where they grow, doing what plants do. And the water is cleaner because of it. The simplest solutions are so often the most effective. A beaver builds a dam, water pools, plants grow, and the water that flows on is purer for having passed through. Nature, filtering itself without any instruction or intervention, just working the way it always has. Let's return once more to the subject of floods, because the beaver's role in flood management is so significant, so quietly powerful, that it deserves one more moment of our attention. We've talked about how beaver ponds store water during storms, but there's another aspect to this that's worth appreciating. It's not just the storage that matters, it's the speed. Floodwaters are dangerous primarily because of their speed. A wall of water rushing down a narrow valley, moving fast, carrying debris, scouring the banks. This is what causes damage. This is what floods homes and roads and fields. But when that rushing water encounters a beaver dam, its speed is broken. The dam forces the water to slow down, to spread out, to lose its momentum. The pond absorbs the energy of the flood the way a pillow absorbs the impact of a falling head. Softly, broadly, without resistance. The water that passes over or through the dam emerges on the other side at a fraction of its former speed. The still water, it still flows downstream, but its character has changed. It's gentler now, slower, less destructive. And if there are multiple beaver dams along the same stream, which is often the case in healthy beaver habitat, each one slows the water a little more. By the time the water reaches the communities and farmlands downstream, its speed has been reduced dramatically. The flood peak is lower, the surge is softer, the damage is less. All because of dams built by an animal that had no intention of protecting anyone. It was simply building a home, and in doing so, it built a shield for everything downstream. How gently the world is holding you right now. Feel it. The way gravity keeps you grounded. The way the air fills your lungs without you asking. The way your heart beats its steady, faithful rhythm moment after moment after moment. You are held by forces so constant, so reliable, that you barely notice them. But they are there, always there, holding you the way a dam holds water. Steadily, quietly, without fail. You are safe. You are held, and you can rest completely. In a world where the climate is changing, where weather patterns are becoming more extreme, where droughts are deeper and storms are more intense, where the old rhythms of rainfall and snowmelt are shifting in ways that are difficult to predict, the beaver's quiet work has taken on a new kind of importance. Scientists and water managers are beginning to recognize that beaver dams and beaver wetlands are not just charming features of the natural landscape. They are infrastructure, natural infrastructure that can help communities and ecosystems become more resilient in the face of climate change. A beaver wetland stores water when there's too much and releases it when there's too little. It slows floods and sustains streams during droughts. It filters pollutants and traps sediment. It creates habitat for wildlife and stores carbon in its soils. These are the very services that human engineers spend billions of dollars trying to provide through constructed reservoirs, levees, water treatment plants, and retention basins. And the beaver provides them for free, automatically, indefinitely, without maintenance costs, without energy inputs, without environmental impact assessments. Just a dam and a pond and a wetland and the steady, patient work of an animal that has been doing this for millions of years. As the climate changes and water becomes more precious and more unpredictable, the beaver's role as a natural water manager may become more valued than ever before. The solutions to some of our most complex challenges may be found not in new technology, but in old wisdom. The wisdom of the beaver, the wisdom of the dam, the wisdom of slowing down, holding on, and releasing gently when the time is right. And because of this growing recognition, this understanding that beavers provide ecological services of extraordinary value, conservationists in many parts of the world have begun actively reintroducing beavers to areas where they once lived but were driven out. In the United Kingdom, beavers were hunted to extinction centuries ago. But in recent decades, carefully managed reintroduction programs have brought Eurasian beavers back to rivers in Scotland, Devon, and other parts of England and Wales. In the Netherlands, in Belgium, in parts of Scandinavia and Eastern Europe, similar programs have returned beavers to landscapes they haven't inhabited for generations. In North America, where beaver populations were decimated by the fur trade, conservation efforts have helped populations recover in many areas. And in some places, beavers have been deliberately relocated to streams and watersheds where their presence is needed most. These reintroduction projects are acts of ecological restoration, but they are also acts of trust. Trust that the beaver will do what the beaver has always done. Trust that if you place a beaver in a suitable landscape and step back, the dam will come, the pond will form, the wetland will emerge, and all the cascade of ecological benefits that follows: the water storage, the flood control, the habitat creation, the water purification will follow too. You don't have to teach the beaver what to do. You just have to give it a chance. And the beaver does the rest. There is something profoundly hopeful about that. The idea that healing a damaged landscape can begin with something as simple as returning an animal to its home. You are being so kind to yourself right now. This rest you're taking, it is its own kind of restoration. You are returning something essential to your body and your mind, something that may have been missing, something that was needed. And just like a beaver returning to a stream where it belongs, you belong here in this rest, in this quiet. You are exactly where you should be. And your presence here is enough to begin something healing. In some places, the need for beaver-created wetlands is urgent, but the beavers themselves haven't arrived yet. Perhaps the local population is still too small. Perhaps the landscape needs a little help before it's ready to support a beaver colony. In these situations, scientists and land managers have developed a creative solution. They build the dams themselves. These structures are called beaver dam analogs, or BDAs. They are simple, low-cost constructions made from wooden posts driven into the stream bed, woven with branches and packed with mud and vegetation, designed to mimic the form and function of a real beaver dam. They slow the water. They raise the water level. They begin to create the ponding and the wetland conditions that characterize a true beaver landscape. They are not as complex or as adaptive as a real beaver dam, of course. A beaver dam is a living structure, constantly maintained, constantly adjusted, constantly improved by its builders. A beaver dam analog is static. It doesn't grow. It doesn't respond to changing water levels or shifting currents. But it doesn't need to do those things forever. It only needs to do them long enough for the water to slow, long enough for the pond to begin forming, long enough for the vegetation to establish, long enough to create the conditions that will attract a real beaver, because that is the ultimate goal. The beaver dam analog is not a replacement for the beaver. It is an invitation, a welcome mat, a way of saying to the beaver, "Look, the water is here. The pond is forming. This is a good place. Come and make it yours." It's a helping hand, extended across the divide between humans and nature, a gesture of partnership, of humility, of hope. And remarkably, it works. When beaver dam analogs are installed in suitable streams with adequate water flow, with trees and shrubs along the banks, with the kinds of conditions that beavers are drawn to, real beavers often move in. They find the analog. They investigate it. And then, with that instinct that has guided their species for millions of years, they begin to improve it. They add sticks. They pack in mud. They extend the structure upstream and downstream. They build upon the human-made foundation with their own materials, their own techniques, their own tireless energy. And before long, the beaver dam analog becomes a beaver dam, a real one, maintained by real beavers, adapted to the real conditions of the stream, growing and changing with the seasons. The pond deepens, the wetland expands, the ecosystem begins to flourish, and the beavers, having accepted the invitation, settle in as if they had always been there. They build their lodge, they store their food, they raise their kits, and the landscape around them transforms, just as it always does when beavers are present. It's a beautiful collaboration. Humans creating the starting conditions and beavers taking it from there. Each one contributing what it does best. The humans with their planning and their intention. The beavers with their instinct and their persistence. Together they heal the land. Together they bring the water back. It's a small story in the grand scheme of things. A few wooden posts in a stream. A family of beavers moving in. But it's a story full of hope. Full of the quiet possibility that we can work with nature rather than against it. That we can offer a hand and nature will take it. And that the world, given even the smallest chance, will begin to mend itself. And you have been here, listening, resting, breathing, through every single one. That is a remarkable thing. Not because it requires effort, it doesn't, but because it shows how deeply you are allowing yourself to rest. How fully you are surrendering to this moment. That surrender is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is the deepest kind of strength. The strength to let go. The strength to be still. The strength to trust that rest is not just permitted but necessary. And you are doing it so well. We learned that beaver dams slow the erosion of stream banks, holding the soil in place by calming the current that would otherwise carve it away. We discovered that beaver ponds can store large amounts of water during storms, absorbing the surge and spreading it across the broad surface of the pond. We followed that stored water as it was slowly released downstream in the days and weeks that followed, feeding the stream long after the storm had passed. We saw how this slow release becomes a lifeline during drought, sustaining river flow, keeping pools full, holding the landscape together when the rains fail. We appreciated the quiet filtration work of wetland vegetation, trapping sediment from runoff before it reaches the open water. We returned to the subject of floods and understood more deeply how beaver dams reduce the speed of floodwaters, breaking their momentum and softening their impact on the world below. We considered the beaver's growing importance in a changing climate, how its natural water management provides the very services that human infrastructure struggles to deliver. We learned about conservation programs that reintroduce beavers to landscapes where they once lived, trusting the animal to do what it has always done. We discovered the clever concept of beaver dam analogs, human-built structures that mimic beaver dams and prepare the landscape for the real thing. And finally, we watched real beavers move in and take over these structures, improving them, expanding them, and transforming the landscape around them, just as they have always done. Rest now. Let the water settle. Let the world grow still around you once more. You are so deep into this journey now, so deep into this rest, and there is still more to come. But not yet, not just yet. For now there is only the quiet, only the breath, only the slow, patient rhythm of your heart, beating like a beaver's tail against still water, steady and sure and endlessly beautifully calm. You've been here the whole time, right here, resting, breathing, letting the world turn without you for a little while. And that is one of the kindest, wisest, most generous things a person can do, to step out of the current for a moment and simply be still. The beavers understand this. They rest in their lodges for hours, curled up with their families, while the world outside does whatever the world outside does. And you are doing the same thing now, resting in your own lodge, safe, warm, unhurried. In this next set of facts, we're going to witness something beautiful, the return. What happens when beavers come back to a landscape that has been waiting for them. And then we're going to slow down even further and watch the beaver do what it does best. Not the grand, dramatic work of felling trees or flooding valleys, but the quiet, daily, unglamorous work of maintenance, of repair, of tending to what it has built, stick by stick, handful of mud by handful of mud, day after patient day. It is perhaps the most peaceful part of the beaver's story, and it is waiting for you now. Let's begin. When beavers return to a landscape, whether through natural dispersal or through the careful work of conservationists, the recovery can be remarkably swift. Not instantaneous, of course. Nature doesn't work that way, but faster than you might expect. Within weeks of a beaver dam being established, the water begins to change. The stream slows, pond begins to form, the water level rises, spreading outward into the surrounding soil, reaching the roots of plants that have been thirsting for moisture. Within months, the wetland begins to take shape. Reeds and sedges appear at the water's edge. Aquatic plants colonize the shallows. The first insects arrive, drawn by the still water. Within a year or two, the transformation is well underway. Fish populations begin to grow. Frogs breed in the quiet margins. Birds discover the new wetland and begin to nest. The landscape that may have been dry and degraded, a straight, narrow stream cutting through compacted soil, with little vegetation and less life, begins to bloom, to soften, to fill with sound and movement and the quiet hum of living things going about their lives. Can feel almost miraculous. How quickly life responds when the conditions are right. How eagerly the world rushes back in to fill the space that the beaver has created. As if it had been waiting, as if all along the land had been holding its breath, hoping for the beaver's return. And now, the breath is released, and life floods in, the way sleep floods in when you finally stop resisting it, the way peace arrives when you finally let go of the day. Not forced, not manufactured, simply allowed, and suddenly, effortlessly everywhere. One of the most visible changes that occurs when beavers return to a stream is the transformation of the stream itself. Before the beaver's arrival, the stream may have been straight or nearly so, a narrow channel cut deep into the earth, moving water efficiently but without complexity from one point to another. This is what happens to many streams when beavers are absent, especially in landscapes that have been altered by agriculture or development. The water flows fast and straight, eroding its bed, carrying away soil, offering little in the way of habitat or shelter. But when a beaver dam is built, the stream is forced to change. The water backs up, spreads, defines new paths around the edges of the pond. And downstream of the dam, where the water re-enters the channel, the altered flow patterns begin to reshape the stream's course. Slowly, the stream begins to meander, to curve, to wander back and forth across its floodplain in gentle, sinuous bends. These meanders are not a sign of chaos or disorder. They are a sign of health. A meandering stream moves more slowly than a straight one, covers more ground. It creates more habitat, deeper pools on the outside of bends where fish can shelter, shallow riffles on the inside where insects thrive, undercut banks where small mammals and birds can nest. The stream becomes more complex, more textured, more alive, all because a beaver slowed the water down, and the water, given the chance, remembered how to wander, how to take its time, how to explore the landscape at its own gentle pace, rather than rushing through it in a straight, hurried line. There is something deeply soothing about a meandering stream. The way it curves and bends, never in a rush, always finding the most natural path through the land. Like a thought drifting through a quiet mind, not going anywhere in particular, just moving gently wherever the terrain takes it. You are so deeply at rest now, so beautifully, completely at rest. Your breathing has found its own meander, its own gentle, unhurried curve through each moment. In and out, in and out. Not straight and sharp and urgent, but soft and winding and slow. Like a stream finding its way through a meadow. You don't have to guide it. It knows the way. It has always known the way. As the stream begins to meander and the beaver's pond spreads, something else begins to happen on the land alongside the water. The floodplain, that flat, low-lying area on either side of the stream, begins to come alive again. In many degraded landscapes, floodplains have become dry and disconnected from the stream. The water channel has cut so deep that even during high flows, the water stays trapped in its narrow corridor, never reaching the flat ground on either side. The floodplain, starved of the periodic flooding that once sustained it, has dried out. The water-loving plants have disappeared. The soil has compacted. The rich, dynamic interface between water and land has been lost. But when the beaver's dam raises the water level, the pond reaches outward. It reconnects the stream to its floodplain. Water spreads across the flat ground once more, soaking into the soil, filling the old channels and depressions, reaching roots that haven't tasted moisture in years. And the floodplain responds, slowly at first and then with gathering confidence. Grasses return. Willows sprout along the water's edge. Wildflowers bloom in the newly dampened soil. The ground softens. The air above it grows more humid, more fragrant, more alive. The floodplain, which had been a dry and lifeless margin, becomes what it was always meant to be, a lush, transitional landscape where water meets land, where wetness grades into dryness, where dozens of species find the particular combination of conditions they need to thrive. The beaver hasn't restored the floodplain on purpose. It has simply raised the water level, and the floodplain, grateful and eager, has done the rest, coming back to life the way a garden comes back to life after the first good rain of spring. Quietly, joyfully, as if it had been waiting all along. And with the return of the wetland, the return of the meanders, the return of the floodplain, the animals come back too. Bird populations, in particular, can increase dramatically in areas where beavers have been reintroduced. The standing dead trees that result from flooding provide nesting cavities for woodpeckers, owls, and other cavity nesting species. The dense wetland vegetation offers cover and food for warblers, wrens, and sparrows. The open water attracts ducks, geese, herons, and kingfishers. Studies in some reintroduction areas have documented increases in bird species diversity of 50% or more within just a few years of the beaver's return. And it's not just birds. Fish populations can surge as well. The deeper pools created by beaver dams provide critical habitat for species like trout and salmon, cool, sheltered water where they can rest, feed, and spawn. The complex structure of the beaver's pond, with its submerged branches, its overhanging banks, its quiet backwaters, offers far more habitat than a simple straight stream channel ever could. In some cases, fish populations in beaver-restored streams have doubled or tripled compared to nearby streams without beavers. The animals were always out there somewhere, waiting in diminished populations, clinging to marginal habitats, surviving but not thriving. And when the beaver returned and the landscape changed, they came flooding back. Not because anyone called them, not because anyone planned their return, simply because the habitat was there again. The home was rebuilt, and the animals, following instincts as old as the rivers themselves, came home. How wonderful it is to come home, to a place that is safe and warm and familiar. That is what this moment is for you. A homecoming, a return to the most fundamental version of yourself. The one that doesn't need to perform or produce or prove anything. The one that simply rests, simply breathes, simply exists, quietly and completely, in the gentle dark. Welcome home. You have always been welcome here. With the wetlands restored, something else returns as well. The invisible, essential work of water and nutrient management that healthy wetlands perform. We've talked about this before in different ways, but it bears revisiting now in the context of restoration. When beavers return and wetlands reestablish, those wetlands immediately begin to function as natural sponges. They absorb water during wet periods and release it slowly during dry ones. They trap sediment from runoff, preventing it from reaching and degrading downstream waters. And they capture nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, organic compounds that might otherwise wash into rivers and lakes, where they could fuel algal blooms and damage aquatic ecosystems. These are ecosystem services, functions that the wetland performs simply by existing, simply by being wet and alive and connected to the water flowing through it. And when the wetland has been absent, when the beavers were gone and the ponds drained and the landscape dried out, these services were lost. The water ran through too quickly. The nutrients passed through unfiltered. The floods surged unchecked. The droughts cut deeper. But when the beavers return, the services return with them. The wetland begins storing water again, begins filtering again, begins capturing nutrients again, quietly, automatically, without any human intervention or instruction. The beaver builds the dam, the wetland forms, and the land begins to heal itself. It's that simple and that profound. The most effective restoration tool in the conservationist toolkit may be a 30-kilogram rodent with a flat tail and an instinct to build. And once the dam is built and the pond is formed and the wetland has begun to flourish, the beaver's work is not done. In fact, in many ways, the real work is just beginning, because a beaver dam is not a static structure. It is not something that is built once and then left to stand on its own. A beaver dam requires constant maintenance, constant attention, constant quiet care, and the beaver provides it. Day after day, or rather night after night, the beaver patrols its dam. It swims along the length of the structure, feeling the current, listening for the sound of water flowing where it shouldn't be, sensing with its body and its whiskers whether everything is as it should be. And when it finds something that needs fixing, a loose stick, a thin spot, a place where the current is pushing a little too hard, it fixes it. Quietly, without fuss, without drama, presses a stick into place. It scoops up a handful of mud from the pond bottom and packs it into a gap. It smooths and reinforces and adjusts. The dam is a living project, an ongoing conversation between the beaver and the water. The water pushes. The beaver responds. The water finds a weakness. The beaver shores it up. It is a relationship built on attention, on presence, on the willingness to show up night after night and tend to what matters. There is something deeply comforting about that kind of devotion, the quiet, unglamorous work of maintenance, of showing up, of caring for something steadily and faithfully, not because it's exciting, but because it's important. The beaver doesn't build the dam and walk away. It stays, tends, cares, night after night after night, and the dam holds. You are being tended to right now, just as surely as a beaver tends its dam. Your body is performing its own quiet maintenance, repairing cells, consolidating memories, restoring balance, smoothing out the small stresses and strains of the day. It does this work every time you sleep, faithfully, automatically, without asking for thanks or recognition. And tonight, you are giving it the time it needs to do that work well. That is a gift, a quiet, generous, essential gift, and your body is grateful for it, even if it can't say so in words. The maintenance of a beaver dam is a year-round occupation. There is no off-season, no vacation, no period of the year when the beaver sets down its tools and simply stops. In the spring, when snowmelt swells the streams and the water pressure against the dam is at its greatest, the beaver works to reinforce the structure, adding sticks and mud to the upstream face, strengthening the sections most vulnerable to the increased flow. In the summer, when the water level may drop and the dam is partially exposed to the air, the beaver takes advantage of the lower water to make repairs, plugging holes, adding new layers of material, extending the dam if needed. In the autumn, the beaver intensifies its work, preparing the dam for the coming winter, building it higher, making it thicker, ensuring it can withstand the freeze and the weight of snow and ice. And in the winter itself, even when the pond is frozen over and the beaver spends most of its time inside the lodge, it may still venture out beneath the ice to check on the dam, to reinforce it from the underwater side, to push mud into cracks that threaten to let the precious water escape. Sticks and mud, that's all it takes. Sticks gathered from the forest floor or cut fresh from nearby trees. Mud scooped from the pond bottom with those dexterous, almost hand-like front paws. Carried to the dam, pressed into place, smoothed over, packed tight, again and again and again, throughout the year, throughout the beaver's life. A never-ending project, maintained with never-ending care. And the dam endures, because someone is always tending it, always watching over it, always quietly, patiently, making sure it holds. The beaver's attentiveness to its dam is almost uncanny in its precision. Even the smallest leak, a trickle of water escaping through a gap barely wider than a finger, does not go unnoticed. The beaver is exquisitely attuned to the sound and feel of water flowing through its dam. Some scientists believe that beavers actually respond to the sound of running water, that the noise of a leak triggers an instinctive response to find the source and seal it. In experiments, researchers have played recordings of running water near beaver dams, and the beavers have responded by piling sticks and mud on the spot where the sound was coming from, even when there was no actual leak there. The sound itself is the trigger. The sound says, something is escaping, something needs fixing. And the beaver responds, immediately, reliably, without hesitation. A small trickle becomes a packed wad of mud. A tiny gap becomes a reinforced wall of sticks. The leak is stopped. The water is held. And the beaver moves on, continuing its patrol, listening for the next whisper of escaping water. It's such a beautiful example of attentiveness, of being tuned in to the small things, the subtle things, the quiet signals that something needs your care. The beaver doesn't wait for the dam to fail. It doesn't wait for the leak to become a flood. It addresses the small problems when they are still small. Quietly, promptly, with the calm confidence of an animal that has been doing this its entire life. There is wisdom in that, the wisdom of paying attention, the wisdom of tending to small things before they become big things, the wisdom of listening carefully, constantly, for the sounds that matter. You don't need to listen for anything right now. You don't need to be attentive or alert or responsive. All of that can wait until tomorrow. Right now, the only sound that matters is the one you're hearing. This voice, these words, the quiet rhythm of facts and feelings washing gently through you. And even that doesn't need your attention. Simply hear a background hum, a lullaby made of Beaver Facts. Let it be whatever it is, and let yourself be whatever you are, which right now is someone deeply, beautifully, profoundly at rest. Because beavers maintain their dams so faithfully, and because beaver colonies persist in the same location for years, with kits growing up, leaving, and being replaced by new kits, with the adult pair raising litter after litter in the same lodge. A single dam can endure for a very long time. Not just years, generations. A dam that was originally built by one pair of beavers may be maintained by their offspring, and then by their offspring's offspring, and so on, colony after colony, each one inheriting the dam and the pond and the lodge from the generation before. The dam grows and evolves over time. New materials are added. Old sections are reinforced or rebuilt. The structure adapts to changes in the stream, in the water level, in the surrounding landscape. But its core persists. Its location persists. Its purpose persists. A dam that has been maintained by multiple generations of beavers becomes something more than just a pile of sticks and mud. It becomes an heirloom, a legacy, a piece of living architecture, shaped and reshaped by dozens of paws over dozens of years, carrying the accumulated knowledge and instinct of every beaver that has ever tended it. Each generation adds its own contribution. Each generation makes its own repairs. And the dam stands, year after year, generation after generation, a testament to the power of sustained, quiet, faithful effort. The kind of effort that doesn't make headlines, that no one applauds, that happens in the dark, in the cold, in the middle of the night, when no one is watching. But it holds the world together, and it endures. And so we arrive at a fact that feels almost like a whisper from deep time. Some beaver ponds have existed for hundreds of years. Not the same water, of course. Not the same sticks. Not the same mud. Not the same beavers. But the same dam in the same location, maintained by colony after colony, generation after generation, for century after century. The evidence for these ancient ponds comes from multiple sources, from the thick layers of sediment that have accumulated on their bottoms, layer upon layer, decade upon decade, telling a story of continuous ponding that stretches back centuries. From the shapes of the landscapes around them, valleys and floodplains sculpted by hundreds of years of beaver-managed water flow. From historical records, in some cases, that document the presence of beaver ponds in the same locations going back as far as written records exist. Hundreds of years. Think about that for a moment. While human civilizations rose and fell, while empires expanded and crumbled, while wars were fought and borders were redrawn and technologies were invented and forgotten and reinvented, a beaver pond sat quietly in a forest valley, held in place by a dam that was built and rebuilt and built again by generation after generation of beavers who never knew anything about any of it. They didn't know about the empires. They didn't know about the wars. They knew only the dam, the pond, the lodge, the water, the kits, the slow, steady rhythm of building and repairing and building again. And the pond endured through everything, through all of it, because someone was always there, tending it, always there, in the quiet of the night, adding a stick, pressing in a handful of mud, listening for leaks, keeping the water still. For hundreds of years, for longer than the oldest human memory, the beaver's pond, still and patient and endlessly, quietly, beautifully there. 90 facts now, 90 quiet truths, and you have been here through all of them, resting, breathing, being. Your presence here in this moment is its own kind of endurance, its own kind of faithfulness. You showed up, you stayed, you gave yourself this gift of time and stillness, and that is something to feel quietly, deeply good about, not in a loud way, not in a way that needs to be announced or celebrated, just a warm, soft feeling in your chest, a gentle glow, the knowledge that you have taken care of yourself tonight. And that is enough. It is always, always enough. We discovered that when beavers return to a landscape, ecosystems can recover with remarkable speed. Wetlands forming within months, wildlife returning within years, the land coming back to life as if it had been waiting. We watched streams begin to meander again, curving and wandering across their floodplains in gentle bends, reclaiming the complexity and beauty that straight, degraded channels had lost. We saw floodplains refill with water and plant life, reconnected to their streams by the rising water behind the beaver's dam. We learned that bird and fish populations can increase dramatically, sometimes doubling or tripling, in areas where beavers have been restored. We revisited the quiet, essential services that wetlands provide, storing water, filtering sediment, capturing nutrients, and understood that these services return automatically when the beavers return. We slowed down and watched the beaver at its most characteristic work, the quiet, nightly maintenance of its dam. We saw it add sticks and mud throughout the year, in every season, in every kind of weather, a year-round labor of patient care. We marveled at its sensitivity to even the smallest leak, triggered, perhaps, by the very sound of running water, and its prompt, instinctive response to seal every gap and stop every trickle. We learned that colonies can maintain the same dam for many generations, each one inheriting and improving the work of the last, the structure enduring far beyond any single beaver's lifetime. And finally, we stood in the presence of something ancient. Beaver ponds that have existed for hundreds of years, held in place by the accumulated care of countless generations, persisting through centuries of change while the world transformed around them. Rest now. Let the ancient pond settle in your mind. Imagine it, old and still and deep, surrounded by forest, held in place by a dam that has been tended for longer than anyone can remember. The water is dark and calm. The surface reflects the stars. And somewhere in the lodge, a beaver family is curled together, warm and safe, resting through the quiet hours until it is time, once again, to tend the dam, to add a stick, to press in a handful of mud, to listen for the sound of water, and to answer it, as they always have, as they always will. And you are resting too, in your own quiet lodge, in your own still water, and everything is exactly as it should be. We're here, the final 100 facts about beavers, and these are the last ones waiting for you, like the last few stars appearing in a sky that is already full. You've been on this journey for a long time now, through the beaver's body and its teeth and its tail, through its lodge and its family and its fur, through ponds and meadows and forests that rise and fall and rise again across centuries, through history and ecology and the quiet, patient rhythms of an animal that simply never stops caring for its home. And through it all, you have been resting. That's all you've done. And it has been more than enough. These last 10 facts will carry you gently to the end. The first few will reveal a couple more remarkable details about the beaver's body, marvels of design that we haven't yet explored. And then, the facts will grow quieter, softer, less about science and more about feeling. They will become a kind of lullaby, a slow, gentle portrait of a beaver's night, from dusk to dawn, painted in the softest possible colors. Let yourself be carried by them. Let them take you wherever you need to go. This is the last stretch of still water before the journey ends. Float through it. There is nothing left to do but listen, and rest, and let go. We've talked about the beaver's poor eyesight, how it relies more on hearing and smell and the sensitive touch of its whiskers than on vision to navigate its world. But there is one area where the beaver's eyes are quietly remarkable, and it has to do with how they function in the dark. Behind the retina of each of the beaver's eyes lies a special reflective layer called the tapetum lucidum. This is a thin, mirror-like membrane that sits behind the light-sensitive cells of the retina, and its purpose is elegant in its simplicity. When light enters the beaver's eye, dim, scattered light, the kind of faint illumination that exists on a moonlit night or in the deep twilight of a forest at dusk, it passes through the retina, where some of it is absorbed and converted into visual signals. But much of that dim light would normally pass straight through without being detected. The tapetum lucidum catches that light. It reflects it back through the retina a second time, giving the light-sensitive cells another chance to absorb it. The result is that the beaver's eyes are far more efficient in low light than they would be without this layer. The world that appears dark to us appears a little brighter to the beaver, a little clearer, a little more navigable. This is why, if you were ever to shine a light toward a beaver at night, its eyes would glow, that eerie, beautiful shine that you see in the eyes of cats and deer and raccoons. It's the tapetum lucidum, reflecting the light back at you. The beaver's night vision isn't sharp. It isn't detailed, but it doesn't need to be. It just needs to be enough. Enough to swim through familiar water, to find the dam, to locate a branch, to make its way safely through the gentle darkness of its nighttime world. A small mirror hidden behind the eye, catching the faintest light and giving it back, making the darkness just a little less dark, making the night just a little more navigable, just enough light, just enough sight, just enough to find the way home. And now, one last marvel of the beaver's physical design: its jaw. We've talked about the beaver's teeth, those ever-growing, iron-hardened, self-sharpening incisors that can fell a tree in minutes. But the teeth are only part of the story. Behind them, powering them, are the masseter muscles, the jaw muscles responsible for closing the mouth and driving the teeth into wood. In the beaver, these muscles are extraordinarily large, oversized, really, relative to the size of the animal's head. They are anchored to a bony ridge along the top of the skull called the sagittal crest, a raised line of bone that provides a broad, strong attachment point for the muscles, the way a mountain ridge provides a strong foundation for the roots of the trees that grow along it. This anchoring gives the masseter muscles tremendous leverage and power. When a beaver bites down, these muscles contract with a force that has been measured at up to 975 newtons. That is an extraordinary amount of force for an animal of this size. Enough to shear through hardwood trunks. Enough to splinter branches that you or I would struggle to break with our hands. Enough to carve through a living tree, bite by bite, chip by chip, with a steady, rhythmic precision that never seems to tire. And the beaver does tire eventually, of course. It rests, pauses. It returns later to finish the job. But while it's working, those jaws are relentless, powerful and precise, strong enough to reshape the forest. And yet, somehow, when the same beaver is back in its lodge, grooming its kit with those same jaws, the touch is gentle, soft, tender. The same muscles that can shear through oak can also nuzzle a baby beaver with infinite care. Strength and gentleness, living side by side in the same small body. What a remarkable thing that is. You are held by something strong and gentle right now, too. The surface beneath you holds your weight without effort. The air fills your lungs without force. The night wraps around you without pressing. Strong enough to support you completely. Gentle enough that you barely notice it's there. That is the kind of holding you deserve. And that is the kind of holding you have right now in this moment. Let yourself feel it. Let yourself trust it. You are supported. You are safe. And you can let go completely. Those powerful incisors, the beaver's most essential tools, have one more secret worth knowing. They sharpen themselves. As the beaver chews through wood, the two different materials that make up each tooth wear down at different rates. The front surface of the tooth is coated in that hard, iron-rich enamel we talked about earlier. The orange layer that gives the tooth its distinctive color and its extraordinary hardness. but the back surface of the tooth is made of dentin, a softer, less resistant material. As the beaver gnaws and chews and bites, the softer dentin on the back of the tooth wears away faster than the hard enamel on the front. This uneven wear creates a natural bevel, a chisel edge, a sharp, angled cutting surface that is honed and refined with every single bite the beaver takes. The more the beaver chews, the sharper its teeth become. It's a self-maintaining system, a tool that improves with use rather than degrading. The beaver never needs to sharpen its teeth the way a carpenter sharpens a blade. The act of using them is the act of sharpening them. Work and maintenance are the same thing. Effort and renewal are the same thing. Every bite that cuts into the wood also cuts a finer edge on the tooth. Such an elegant solution, such a perfect little loop of cause and effect. The beaver works, and in working it prepares itself to work again. The tool is sharpened by the task. The instrument is refined by its own use. And so the beaver's incisors remain razor sharp throughout its entire life. From the moment its adult teeth emerge in its first year, to the last tree it ever fells decades later, those cutting edges are always ready, always keen, always precisely angled for the work ahead. The beaver doesn't have to worry about dull teeth. It doesn't have to compensate for worn edges or adjust its technique as the tools degrade. The teeth take care of themselves. The system is self-correcting, self-renewing, self-sustaining. And there is something deeply peaceful about a system like that. A system that doesn't require vigilance or anxiety or constant checking. A system that simply works, day after day, year after year, without intervention. The beaver trusts its teeth the way it trusts the water, completely unconsciously, without a moment's doubt. They will be sharp when they need to be sharp. They will be strong when they need to be strong. They will be ready when they need to be ready. Always. And so the beaver doesn't worry about them. It doesn't think about them. It just lives. It chews and it swims and it builds and it rests. And its teeth are fine. They are always fine. What a gift it would be to trust ourselves so completely. To know that the tools we need are already within us. Already sharp, already ready, already being honed by the very act of living our lives. Perhaps they are. Perhaps we are more prepared than we think. Perhaps the work of each day is quietly sharpening us for the work of the next. And perhaps right now, in this deep and healing rest, you are being sharpened too. Renewed, restored, made ready for whatever comes next without having to think about it at all. You are almost at the end of this journey now. Can you feel it? Not an ending exactly, but a settling, a deepening, like the last light fading from the sky. Not gone, just transformed into something else, something quieter, something darker, something more restful than light could ever be. You have been so patient, so gentle, so willing to simply lie here and receive these quiet facts, one by one, like pebbles dropped into still water, each one sending out its ripples, each one settling to the bottom, and the water closing over it, calm and smooth, as if nothing had happened at all. But something did happen. Something always happens when we rest, when we listen, when we let the world be gentle with us. You have let the world be gentle with you tonight, and that is a beautiful, courageous, deeply human thing to do. A beaver's life revolves around three things: water, wood, and family. That's it. That's the whole of it. Everything the beaver does, every dam it builds, every tree it fells, every canal it digs, every lodge it constructs, every territory it marks, every kid it raises, serves one or more of these three essential elements. Water, because the beaver cannot live without it. Water is its highway, its shelter, its safety, its medium. The beaver is born near water, lives in water, works in water, and raises its young surrounded by water. Without water, the beaver is vulnerable, exposed, out of its element. With water, it is complete. Wood, because wood is both food and building material, the substance from which the beaver constructs its entire world. The dam, the lodge, the food cache, the canals, all made of wood, harvested from the forest, carried to the water, placed with care. The beaver eats wood. It builds with wood. It sleeps inside structures made of wood. Its life is a conversation with trees, a relationship as old as the species itself, and family, because the beaver does not live alone. It lives in its colony, surrounded by its mate, its kits, its yearlings. It works alongside them. It sleeps curled up with them. It shares its food with them, its lodge with them, its life with them. The colony is the heart of everything. Water, wood, and family. Three simple things. Three ancient things. And from them, the beaver builds an entire life. A good life. Complete life. A life of purpose and connection and quiet, steady meaning. There is something to be learned from that simplicity, from the way the beaver doesn't need much, but needs what it needs completely and tends to it faithfully and never takes it for granted. And most of this life, most of this work, this building, this tending, this caring, happens in the dark. We've said it before, but it bears saying once more here near the end. Beavers are creatures of the night. When the sun goes down and the last light drains from the sky, when the daytime animals settle into their dens and their nests and their burrows, the beaver stirs. It wakes in the dim interior of its lodge, surrounded by the warmth of its family. It stretches, it grooms, and then, one by one, the members of the colony slip into the water and disappear through the underwater entrance, emerging into the cool, dark world outside. The pond is quiet. The forest is quiet. The stars are out, perhaps, or the clouds are low, or the moon is casting a pale, silver light across the surface of the water. And the beaver begins its work, quietly, without fanfare, without an audience. In the dark, where no one is watching, the beaver does the things that matter most. It repairs the dam. It gathers food, tends to its home, cares for its family. The most important work done in the most hidden hours. There is a lesson there about how the things that matter most are often the things that no one sees. The quiet acts of care, the small repairs, the steady, faithful attention to the things that hold our lives together. They happen in the dark, in the silence, in the moments when no one is paying attention. And they are everything. You are in your own quiet darkness now, your own still, gentle night. And whatever you have done today, whatever small, unseen acts of care and effort and kindness you have performed, they mattered. Even if no one noticed, even if no one said thank you, they mattered the way a beaver's midnight repairs matter. Quietly, completely, essentially, you have done enough today, more than enough. And now it is time to rest. Truly, deeply, completely rest. In the calm of night, with the sky dark above and the water dark below, the beaver swims, silently, almost invisibly, just the top of its head above the surface. Those high-set eyes, those high-set ears, those high-set nostrils, barely disturbing the water as it glides from one end of the pond to the other. The wake it leaves is gentle, a soft, spreading V of ripples that catch the moonlight for a moment and then dissolve back into stillness. There is no sound, or almost none, just the faintest whisper of water parting around the beaver's head. The occasional, barely audible exhalation as it breathes. The distant call of an owl somewhere in the forest. The beaver moves through its pond the way a thought moves through a quiet mind. Smoothly, unhurried, following a path that feels natural and inevitable. It knows every inch of this water, every submerged log, every bend of the shoreline, every shallow spot and every deep pool. This is its home, and it moves through it with the ease and confidence of someone walking through their own house in the dark. No lights needed, no hesitation, just the sure, familiar feel of a place that is deeply, completely known. The beaver swims. The water parts, the night is still, and the pond holds it all. The beaver, the water, the silence, the stars reflected on the surface. In a single, perfect, unbroken moment of peace. And as the beaver swims, it works. It finds a branch, one it felled earlier, perhaps, or one it discovers wedged against the bank. It takes the branch in its teeth, that remarkable throat valve sealing automatically, and it swims with it back toward the lodge. The branch trails behind or alongside, dragging gently through the water, leaving its own small wake. The beaver swims steadily, purposefully, carrying its cargo home. Some branches are destined for the food cache, that underwater pantry near the lodge where the family stores its winter supply of bark and twigs, anchored to the bottom of the pond so they won't float away. Others are carried to the dam, where they'll be woven into the structure, reinforcing a weak spot, extending a section, adding to the slow, ongoing growth of this ancient construction. And some branches are brought directly to the lodge itself, where the beaver adds them to the outer walls, building up the dome, replacing material that has decayed, keeping the home strong and well insulated against the elements. Each branch carried through the dark water is a small act of provision, a small act of care. The beaver is bringing something home, something useful, something that will keep its family fed, or safe, or warm. And there is nothing in the world more peaceful than the image of a creature carrying sustenance home through the quiet dark. The water barely stirring, the night barely noticing. Just a beaver and a branch and the slow, sure journey back to the ones it loves. This is nearly the end now, and you are nearly asleep, perhaps. Or perhaps you are asleep already, and these words are simply drifting through your dreams like branches floating on dark water. Either way, you are where you need to be. You have carried yourself here, to this moment, to this rest, to this deep and gentle quiet, the way a beaver carries a branch home, with steady purpose, with quiet determination, with the knowledge that what you're doing matters, even if the world doesn't see it. You have brought yourself home, and you can rest now. You can truly, completely rest. Inside the lodge, the family waits. The living chamber, that dry, raised platform above the waterline, lined with wood chips and shredded bark, is warm. The thick walls of sticks and mud keep the cold out and the warmth in. The air inside is still and close, carrying the faint, earthy scent of wet wood and beaver fur. The kits are there, curled together in a small, breathing pile of soft brown fur. The yearlings are there, resting after their own night of gathering and hauling. And as the adult beaver returns from its work, climbing up from the water through the underwater entrance, shaking the excess moisture from its coat, settling onto the nest platform with a quiet sigh of arrival, the family is complete. They press together. They share warmth. They groom each other gently, those split grooming claws combing carefully through each other's fur, spreading oil, removing tangles, reinforcing the bonds of family through the simple, ancient language of touch. The lodge is dark inside. The world outside is dark. But in this small, hidden chamber, surrounded by water, surrounded by the dam the family has built and maintained together, there is warmth. There is safety. There is the quiet breathing of the ones you love, close enough to touch. This is what the beaver has been working for. Not the dam, not the pond, not the territory or the food cache or the canal. Those are means. This is the end. This small, warm room, these soft, sleeping bodies, this family, together, resting through the quiet hours until morning comes and the cycle begins again. This is why the beaver builds. This is why it works through the cold and the dark and the difficulty. For this, for them, for the warmth of home. And by morning, when the first light touches the tops of the trees and the sky shifts from black to deep blue to pale, pearly gray, the pond is still. The beaver is asleep in its lodge, curled with its family, breathing slowly, dreaming whatever beavers dream. The dam stands as it has stood all night, solid, patient, faithful, holding back the water, holding the pond in place, holding the world together in its quiet way. And if you were to walk to the edge of that pond in the early morning light, if you were to stand on the bank and look out across the still, dark water, you would see the gentle signs of another night of beaver engineering. A fresh stick, newly placed on the dam, its bark still pale and unweathered. A smear of dark mud, recently applied, glistening in the first light. A faint trail in the shallow water near the bank where a branch was dragged. Small wood chips floating on the surface near a newly gnawed tree. Nothing dramatic, nothing loud, just the quiet evidence of work done in the dark by an animal that asks for nothing and gives everything. The pond reflects the sky. The lodge sits silent and still. The dam holds, and somewhere inside that dome of sticks and mud, a family sleeps. Warm, safe, together. The night's work is done. The morning is here, and the beaver rests, just as you are resting now. 100 facts. 100 quiet windows into the life of an extraordinary animal. And you were here for all of them. Every tooth and every tail slap. Every dam and every pond. Every kit and every colony. Every meander and every meadow. Every stick placed in the dark. Every handful of mud pressed into place. You were here. And now the journey is complete. We discovered the tapetum lucidum, that hidden, mirror-like layer behind the beaver's retina that reflects light back through the eye, enhancing its night vision just enough to navigate the darkness it calls home. We marveled at the oversized masseter muscles, anchored to the skull's sagittal crest, delivering a bite force of nearly 1,000 newtons, enough to shear through hardwood, yet gentle enough to nuzzle a kit. We learned that the beaver's incisors sharpen themselves, the softer dentin wearing away faster than the hard enamel, creating a self-honing chisel edge that improves with every bite. And we appreciated the beauty of a system that maintains itself. Teeth that are always ready, always keen, always precisely shaped for the work ahead. We stepped back and saw the whole of a beaver's life distilled to 3 essential things: water, wood, and family. We remembered that most of this life unfolds in darkness, under the cover of night, unseen and unappreciated by the wider world. We followed the beaver on a silent swim across its moonlit pond, gliding through water it knows as well as its own heartbeat. We watched it carry a branch home through the dark, a small act of provision, a small act of love. We entered the lodge and found the family resting together on the warm, dry platform above the waterline. Kits and yearlings and parents, pressed close, sharing warmth, grooming each other in the gentle dark. And finally, we stepped outside into the first light of morning and saw the quiet signs of another night of beaver engineering. A fresh stick on the dam, a smear of new mud, the soft evidence of faithful, tireless, invisible work. 100 facts, and now they are part of you, not in a way that requires remembering, not in a way that demands anything at all. They are simply part of this night, part of this rest, part of the gentle story that carried you from wakefulness towards sleep. The pond is still now. The dam is holding. The lodge is quiet. And you are at rest. Whatever tomorrow brings, whatever work, whatever challenges, whatever joys, it can wait. It will wait. The morning will come when it comes, and you will meet it when you're ready. But not yet, not now. Now there is only this, the dark, the quiet, the warmth of where you are, the slow, steady rhythm of your breathing, as natural and as patient as a beaver swimming through still water in the middle of the night. You have done enough. You have learned enough. You have been enough. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Sleep the way a beaver sleeps in its lodge, surrounded by the ones it loves, protected by the home it has built, held by the water and the dark and the long, slow turning of the world. Good night, and thank you for being here.